Let the call begin. Hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Shabbat Shalom Lechem. We say hallelujah, we say praise ye Yah, even in our tongue, the Hebrew tongue, that the Most High God has blessed us with, even in these lands of our captivity. So we say hallelujah, and we will mention and we will shout even that word throughout the day. And also you will hear words like Yahai, which means Yah lives, our God lives. And we hope and pray that the Most High God will continue to bless us and keep us, is my prayer, even on this, his holy Shabbat day. My name is Akh Yirmeyahu ben Levi ben Yisrael, and I stand here before you to open up the first half of the morning service. I want to say Shabbat Shalom to all of you. Peaceful Sabbath to you all. We welcome our newcomer in our midst. We say Shabbat Shalom to our family that is online. We thank you for tuning in. You could have been anywhere else today, but you chose to be with us, and for that we say Todah Rabbah. Thank you very much. We hope and pray that you would even enjoy the services and enjoy the messages and enjoy even the worship and praise to the Almighty, even on this day. At this time, we're going to silence our phones so that we don't have any distractions throughout the day by giving praises unto the Most High. And we will even face the Mizracha, the eastward direction, and say even the words that Moshe and the children of Israel said while traveling in the wilderness as they made their stops and their travelings. Even in the book of Numbers, the 10th chapter and the 35th verse, we say these words, even unto the Most High God, the creator and maker of heaven and earth, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, and his name was changed to Yisrael. And hallelujah. Let us say the Kuma. Kuma, Yehovah, Weyafusu oevecha, Weyanusu misanecha mipanecha. Kuma, Yehovah, Weyafusu oevecha, Weyanusu misanecha mipanecha. Kuma, Yehovah, Weyafusu oevecha, Weyanusu misanecha mipanecha. Translation: Rise up, O Yah, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We also say these words even to glorify the name of the Creator and to glorify Him even on this Shabbat day. And we say these words even in the Sidrah. It says, Baruch Yehovah Babokweh, Baruch Yehovah Betzoharayim, Baruch Yehovah Be'erev, Baruch Yehovah Balayla, Baruch Yehovah Yom Yom, Uvaruch Yehovah Tami, Yehovah Eloheinu B'vakasha, Lesloach lanu lekol divarim ra'im she'asinu lefanecha yom yom, V'hiliot imanu kol hayom hazeh, L'man shemcha Yehovah, Elohei Avraham, Yitzchak veYisrael, Elohei Avotenu ve'Eli, Lishmoa bekolina, Im teretze otka, L'man shemcha Yehovah. Translation: Blessed be Yah in the morning, blessed be Yah in the afternoon, blessed be Yah in the evening, blessed be Yah in the night, blessed be Yah every day, and blessed be Yah always. Yah our power, please forgive us for all the evil things we have done, and be with us all this day for thy name's sake, Yehovah. Power of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yisrael, power of our fathers, and my power. Hearken to my voice, I pray thee, if it pleaseth thee, for thy name's sake. Hallelujah. Yahai. Selah. Odpa'am, once again, I bid you Shabbat Shalom Lachem. Peaceful Sabbath to you all, and also my family that is online. Shabbat Shalom Lechulam. Peaceful Sabbath to you all. I pray that everyone had a beautiful and blessed week. And we just want to give thanks and praises to the Holy One of Israel for blessing us with life today. Thank Yah that we are alive, that we can even stand upon our own feet and even enjoy what the Most High God has given us, and that is the breath of life, even on this day. We might have aches and pains, but nevertheless, we are alive, and we say, Todah, thank you for that, Most Holy One, and pray that the aches and pains will go away, that they are temporary, and that the Most High God would bless us with good health and strength for the rest of our lives. Let us even sing the song, Ze'et HaShabbat. This is the Sabbath, and we say, Sameach ani, I am happy, and ani ohev hayom shel Hashem. We love the day of Yehovah. and we sing this psalm and we put it in a melodic tune along with the drums and the congas and the players that would even add to the glorification of the Most High. And we pray that he will accept it all, is my prayer, as we've been doing this for over 50 years, even praising the Most High God with these types of instruments and the songs that we are singing, the prayers that you will even recite. These words have been even recited, and the songs have been sung for over 50 years, even in the Israelite community. So we thank Yah that we have our own, so that we can even show the world that, and show the Most High that we are returning unto him, hopefully in the spirit and truth of knowledge and righteousness. So let us sing it joyfully. Ze'et HaShabbat. This is the Sabbath. Ze'et HaShabbat, Sameach Ani. Ze'et HaShabbat, Sameach Ani. Ze'et HaShabbat, Sameach Ani. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ze'et Hayom HaTov, Sameach Ani. Ze'et Hayom HaTov. Ze'et Hayom HaTov, Sameach Ani. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ki Hashem Hu Shalah Kol Yamim, Ki Hashem Hu Natan Kol Devarim. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Asher Sher Chadash, Sameach Ani. Asher Sher Chadash, Sameach Ani. Asher Sher Chadash, Sameach Ani. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. From the top. Ze'et HaShabbat. Ze'et HaShabbat. This is the Sabbath, and we are happy. Ze'et HaShabbat, Sameach Ani. Ani Ohev Hayom. I love the day of Yah. Come on. Ze'et Hayom HaTov, Sameach. This is a good day. Ze'et Hayom HaTov, Sameach. And I am happy. Ze'et Hayom HaTov, Sameach Ani. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ki Hashem Hu Shalah Kol Yamim, Ki Hashem Hu Natan. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Asher Sher Chadash. I will sing a new song to Yahweh, and I am happy. Asher Sher Chadash, Sameach Ani. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ani Ohev Hayom Shel Hashem. Ani Ohev Hayom.
Hallelujah. Glory and honor to thy great name, O great King on high, to the creator and maker of all things and everything, to the one who have given us life this day. We give thanks unto thy name, O Yah. We thank you that you have even sanctified this day, even the seventh day, the holy Sabbath day, a day that we have the opportunity to rest ourselves and to rejuvenate ourselves, the opportunity to come out and have a holy convocation, to even praise and sing and to dance and to even learn before thee this day. I pray to you, O Yah, that you will continue to sustain us, that you will provide us with the things that we need to continue on in our life, O great King on high. We thank you, O Yehovah, for even being with us throughout this week to make it to this precious moment that we're in at this particular time. Praying that you will continue to give us good health, praying that you will continue to give us a positive mind, praying that you will continue to give us the strength that we need to carry on, because sometimes the burden is so heavy, O Yah, and sometimes it's too much for us. But we know if we put our trust and our confidence in you, that we do see light at the end of the tunnel. We know that we will see even the sunrise once again because of thy great mercy and thy great compassion. And we pray that you will continue to be our mainstay, that you will continue to be our high tower, that you will continue to be the source that we always look to, even the fountains of living water. Blessed be thy name. We thank thee, O Yah, once again for this holy Shabbat. We thank you for the souls that are present here at this particular time. We pray that you will even bless the souls who may be online in the comfort of their own home at this time. I pray that you will remember all those who are even seeking and searching our face, knowing that it should be a different way and a different path for our people. No longer, oh Yah, will we continue to be attacked. No longer, oh Yah, will we continue to be trodden down and broken down. But we ask that you will continue to build us up, that you will continue to even uplift us, oh Yah, that you will help us to be a support system to one another, that we will only become stronger before thee, oh great King on high. Special prayer for our elders this day, that you'll continue to be with them and strengthen them, oh Yah. Special prayer for even all those, oh most high great King, who need thee and those who are seeking thy face. Please remember even my uncle this day, even Sir Yaaqov, oh Yah. Continue to strengthen him and be with him. Be with his Isha, Yahweh. Even my daughter Miriam, continue to be with her and strengthen her, oh great King on high. We all need you in our life, and we seek thy face, and we pray that you'll even accept us in love, knowing that we are human, that we are flesh and blood, and sometimes we do err. And we ask that you will forgive us for our shortcomings and for the things that we have done that's not pleasing and that's not right before thee, O great King. Yehovah, I thank you even for the life and the presence of our brother Saw, even this day Saw Yehoshua, even allowing him to see another year of life. How great and how wonderful art thou. Please continue to be with him and his Isha, Yah, and continue to strengthen him. Remember his Yeladim, O great King. Oh, Yehovah, you are great to all of us. And we pray that you will give us the mind state and the understanding to know that you are the one that's orchestrating everything in our life. So please, oh Yah, continue to be there, continue to help us for thy high and holy name's sake. Please accept our works and even our persons this day and everything that we do to glorify thy name. Praise and honor, glory and exaltation to thy great name, O great King, forever and ever. Hallelujah. 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 Yorkai. 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 Yorkai mean Yah lives, because Yah lives in each and every last one of us. Selah. Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, Yahovah Eloheinu, O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah, to everybody,
Eloheinu Yahovah Echad, O Baruch Shem Kevod, Mahu Tole Olam, Mahu Tole Olam, Mahu Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevod, Mahu Tole Olam. Olam le olam wae, O Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahovah, Yahovah Eloheinu, O Shema Yisrael, Yahovah Eloheinu, Eloheinu Yahovah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevo, Maku Tole Olam, Maku Tole Olam, Maku Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevo, Maku Tole Olam, Le Olam Wae, O Shema Yisrael. Eloheinu, Yahovah, Eloheinu, Yahovah, Eloheinu, O Shema Yisrael. Yahovah, Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahovah, Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Maku Tole Olam, Maku Tole Olam, Maku Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevod, Maku Tole Olam, Le Olam Wae. Hallelujah. Please be seated. We said, Shema Yisrael, Yehovah Eloheinu, Yehovah Echad, Baruch Shem Kevod, Malchuto Le'olam Wa'eh. And the translation for that is simply, hear, O Israel, Yehovah our power, Yehovah is one. Blessed be the glorious name of his kingdom forever and ever. We worship the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Jacob's name was changed to Israel or Yisrael, and that's why we call ourselves Israelites in these days and times. And we pray that the Most High would even bless us. We, brothers and sisters, serve and worship the God of the Genesis, the God of the ancient God, and who also is the God who we presently serve, because he has no, brothers and sisters, no ending. You understand? We don't know his beginning. We just know that he is our God and he is forever. He said that that is his memorial, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That is his memorial to all generations. So we serve even that God and that power. Many times you will hear the word power in place of the word God, because there's so many that is calling upon God. We want to make the distinction that we serve the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Yisrael. And so this is what our understanding is even here at the Hebrew family of Charlotte. Blessed be the name of Yah. At this time, we will recite these words. Even on page 4, and even on the screen, the words that, as I said, we have been reciting for many, many years. These prayers are older than me, brothers and sisters. And so we continue to even glorify the Most High by saying these words, even on page 4. And we pray that Yah would even accept them, and that as we are saying them, that a blessing is being even put upon us, so that the Most High God would bless us even in the week to come. So let us say these words together, young and old together. It says, Blessed art thou, O Yehovah, our power, and blessed be the works of thy hands, and the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them. And on the seventh day Yah finished his work, which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day and hallowed it, because that in it he rested from all his work, which Yah in creating had made. O thou who art most holy, look upon thy people in mercy. Hear thou us, O power of Abraham. Nurture us, O power of Yitzchak. Save us, we implore thee, O power of Yisrael. Blot us not out, O Yah, though our sins be many, but cast our evil doings into the bottomless pit, to remain forevermore. Our hope is in thee, O Yah, and without thy mercy we have naught. Father of wisdom, thou dispenser of knowledge, cause our hearts to discern and our minds to retain thy law. Bless Yisrael to know thee as we did in the days of yore, and let the sign of the Shabbat shine brightly from this thine house, and from us thy people Yisrael. Let our voices mingle with the host of heaven, as we joyfully proclaim, Blessed be the name of our power, and blessed be his holy day. Hallelujah. Let us sing the Shema. Now we sing it even in a slow version, the slow way. Shema Yisrael Yahovah Eloheinu Yahovah Eloheinu Yahovah Echad. Our God is one. Baruch Shem Kevod Malkuto Leolam Wain. Hallelujah. We continue on with our prayers. It says, This is the day which Jehovah has made, and we will be glad and rejoice thereon. Unto thee do I lift up mine eyes, O thou that art enthroned in the heavens. Ascribe unto Jehovah the glory due unto his name. Worship Jehovah in the beauty of holiness. In thee, O Yah, do I take refuge. Let me never be ashamed. Thou hast given us joy in a place of sorrow. Thy truth is like a heady wine. Shout for joy, O ye children of Israel. Proclaim the name of our King, to whom the sun doth shine and the wind sing. Jehovah is our sun and shield. Who then can master us? To thee, power of our fathers, do we give honor and glory. For who is Yah beside thee? Be thou our judge, O Yah, against the ungodly nations. Save us, O our King, we beseech thee. Then shall we come clapping, singing, jumping, shouting, praising, crying, and extolling thy holy name. For with thee is the fountain of light. In thy light do we see light. Thy loving kindness, Yah, is in the heavens. Thy faithfulness reaches unto the skies. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore in peace. For Jehovah loveth justice and forsaketh not his holy ones. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah, Eloheinu, Yahuwah, Eloheinu, Yahuwah, Echad, Baruch, Shem Kevod, Malchuto, Eolam, WaYeshev. Hallelujah. Amen. Where is the power of Avraham, who is called our father from Chaldea? Art thou not he, O power of Israel? Where is the power of Yitzchak, who did bless him with the righteous Rivkah? Thou art one and the same. Who knoweth him who changed Yaakov's name? Thou, O Yah, wilt forever remain. Though Joseph sojourned in Egypt, yet did all men show him favor. Thy hand, O Yah, was with him. Thou didst help Moshe and Israel against Pharaoh, who stood up the mighty Red Sea. Manna dropped from heaven to sustain thy people in the wilderness. They fashioned a calf to bow down to. Yet to Israel didst thou show mercy. We give thanks unto thee, O Yah, and we will tell of thy wondrous works. In Yehuda is Yah known, his name is great in Israel. His foundation is in the holy mountains. We will sing of the mercies of Yehovah forever. Unto all generations we will make them to be known. Cause righteousness once more to be sown. So shall the heavens praise thy wondrous Yah, thy faithfulness in the holy assembly. Let Yisrael awaken the day with their praises. Glory to Yah, now and forevermore. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema. Yisrael. Yahuwah. Eloheinu, Yahuwah, Eloheinu, Yahuwah, Echad. Our Yah is one. Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Hallelujah. O Yah, thou art my power, and earnestly will I seek thee. Hear my voice, merciful Father. Preserve me from mine enemies. Send out thine angels to protect me, O thou that hearest prayer. With thy mighty hand, Yah, subdue all those that hate us. Remember us in mercy, Yah, and pardon all our transgressions. Except our power doth bless us, how could we hope to prosper? Unless our Creator protect us, we are as if we had not been. Stay thy hand, O death, for he doth forgive our iniquities. So will I sing praises to his name, that I may perform my vows. The dead praise not Yehovah, nay, nor any that go down into silence. Let us extol our power while we have life. Sing praises to our power while we have any being. Together we will lift up our voices and gratefully sing. Withhold not thy voice from extolling our Maker. Let young and old praise him together. Let the tribes come near and testify, even the tribes of Israel, the mighty of Yahweh. Say among the nations, Yahweh reigneth. Thy power, Israel, over all the world. For Yahweh will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thy house, now, O Yah, and forevermore. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema. Yisrael. Yahuwah. Eloheinu. Yahuwah. Eloheinu. Yahuwah. Echad. Baruch. Shem Kevod. Malchuto. Leolam. Hallelujah. Again, brothers and sisters, we said, Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one, and blessed be the glorious name of his kingdom forever and ever. Hear, O Israel, Israel being the people of the Most High God, the chosen people. He said that he is my son, my firstborn, in Exodus 4:22. And we, brothers and sisters, are the descendants of our fathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaaqov. Again, his name was changed to Yisrael. And so we have even a combination of Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, all of the tribes that were even born unto Jacob, our father, would mix up even Yisrael. Yitzchak, Isaac, and Abraham, Abraham, Yaakov, Jacob, Israel, Yisrael. Those are the Hebrew terms and the English terms that we use interchangeably because we know that our God, he is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Israel. All these names were spoken of even in the last few portions that we have been reading. We know that we are still in the midst of our history, and today we even venture into another portion of history dealing with our father Jacob, or Yaaqov, or Yisrael, or Israel, which we deal with his son Yosef, or Joseph. And so we begin to understand who we are as a people. We pray that the Most High God would bless our hearts and our minds to not only to even hear, but to receive and to accept all that Yah has placed even on record, even in these days and time. As we open up the Torah, the law, the instruction, we pray that the Most High would even bless us as we even sing the song HaTorah, meaning the law or the instruction. As we say HaTorah, HaTorah, Petak HaTorah, we're nilmod akshav. We say the law, open the law, and we will study or we will learn right now. And these are the words that we are saying even at this time as we open up even a Torah service at this time. Let us sing Petak HaTorah. HaTorah, HaTorah, Petak HaTorah, we nilmod akshav. Whereby shall we return unto thee, for thy words to be fulfilled by thy Lord. our hearts it is to be and still. Torah, Torah, Petach Torah ve'ilmo, oh, how can we draw closer to each other in the spirit of true righteousness by thy Lord. By thy Lord, Yah, is the only way we must confess. HaTorah, HaTorah, Petach Torah ve'ilmod achshav. Hallelujah. We have blessings for the Torah found on page 7 in our Sidorim, on the screen here, and even in our new Sidorim. If you just turn to the next page, you will find the blessings of the Torah, the blessings of the law, or the blessings of the instructions, because we're about to go into our Hebrew reading for this particular portion called WaYeshev, which means, and he dwelt, and he sat. We will have brothers come up, young brothers, older brothers come up and read their designated portion in Hebrew, and it will be translated in the English by Zakwen Yatniel. And we have even the blessings, as I said, that we will even repeat for each brother that would even come up. And so I would start off by saying, Anipo, Baruch Hashem Shel Yehovah, Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Haba Likra et HaTorah, Mode Ani Lefaneka Yehovah, Natan Lanu et HaTorah. Hallelujah. And I will translate, and I would ask the sisters to be seated at this time. As I started out by saying, Anipo Baruch Hashem Shel Yehovah, which means in English, I am here, and blessed be the name of Yah, or God, or our power. And we also say, and in the congregation, the community will reply by saying, Baruch Yehovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yehovah Tamid, Uva Ruch Haba Likra et HaTorah, which means blessed be Yah every day, blessed be Yah always, and blessed be he or she sometimes in our case that will come and read the law. And then I said a short prayer or tefillah. Mode ani lefaneka Yehovah, Natan lanu et HaTorah, which means I give thanks unto Yah who has given us the law. Later on, you all will reply by saying, Modim anak nulak, she'ata hu Eloheinu, where Elohe avotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaaqov, leolam wa'ed, which means we give thanks that you are our power and the power of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, forever and ever. Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaaqov, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, forever and ever. And those are the words that we will say repeatedly throughout the course of this particular segment, the Torah service. Hallelujah. May Yah even accept it even at this time. Our Hebrew reading comes from the book of Bereshit, Genesis. Genesis, the 40th chapter. We will begin at the first verse, and we will conclude at the 23rd verse. Again, our Hebrew reading is coming from the book of Bereshit, Genesis, the 40th chapter, and we will read from the first verse, 40th chapter, first verse, until the 23rd verse. Again, today is Sidrah WaYeshev. I will be reading verses 1 through 4, And it reads on this wise. Genesis 40, 1 to 23. Say there? Is it there, Zaquin?
No.
Mem. The letter Mem, which means 40. That's it there. Starts off with Wahi, Hakar, Hadvarim.
Chapter.
Somebody help him out, please. Bakasha.
Let's say there.
That's it there. Genesis 40, verses 1 to 23. I will be reading verses 1 through 4. Hallelujah. Wahi, Achar, Hadvarim ha'ele. Chatu mashkwe melek Mitzrayim, ve'ha'ofe la'adnehem lemelek Mitzrayim. Vayiksof par'o al shenei sarisal, al sar ha'mashkwin, ve'al sar ha'ofim. Vayitain otam b'mishmar, beit sar ha'tabachim, el beit ha'tzohar, makom asher Yosef asor sham. Vayifkod sar ha'tabachim et Yosef itam, vayisharet otam, Vayityu Yamin Bamishmar. Hallelujah.
And it came to pass after these things that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker offended their lord, the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was wroth against his two officers, against the chief of the butlers and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph to be with them, and he ministered unto them, and they continued a season in ward.
Hallelujah. Modim anaknu lak she'ata hu Eloheinu, ve'Elohei avotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak, WaYakov le'olam wa'ed, Nikra et More Shmuel ben Lewi ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch haba Lekra et HaTorah. Hallelujah. More Shmuel will be reading verses 5 through 7.
ויחלמו חלום שניהם, איש חלומו בלילה אחד, איש כפתרון חלומו המשקווה והאופה, אשר למלך מצרים, אשר אסורים בבית הסוהר. ויבוא עליהם יוסף בבוקר, וירא אותם, והינם זועפים. וישאל את סריסי פרעה אשר איתו במשמר בית האדוניו לאמור, מדוע פניכם רעים היום?
Hallelujah. Amen. Start again.
And they dreamed a dream, both of them. Each man his dream. In one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning and saw them. And behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his master's house, saying, wherefore ye look so sad today?
Amen. Modim anaknu lak she'ata hu Eloheinu, ve'Elohei avotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak, WaYakov le'olam wa'ed, Nikra et Misharaite Netanyahu ben Lewi ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch haba Lekra et HaTorah. Hallelujah. Misharaite Netanyahu will be reading verses 8 through 10.
Wayomru Elau, Kalom Kalamnu, U Poter Ein Oto, Wayomer Alehem, Yosef, Halo le Elohim, Pitronim, Sapru Nali, Waisaper Sar Hamashquim et Kalomo, le Yosef, Wayomerlo, Ba Kalomi, Wahine, Geffen, Lifanai, Uba Geffen, Shalosha, Sarigim, where he ke forachat alta nitsa he shilu ashkiloteha anavim.
Hallelujah. Yeah. Start again. Bavak Yisrael.
And they said unto him, we have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And Joseph said unto them, do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell it me, I pray you. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph and said to him, in my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were three branches, and as it was budding, its blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes.
Amen. Modim anachnu la she'ata hu Eloheinu, ve'Elohe avotenu, Avram Yitzchak, Yaaqov le'olam va'ed, Nikra et Aharon ben Yisaskar ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch haba Likra et HaTorah. Hallelujah. Aharon will be reading verses 11 through 13.
Wekos paro be yadi we ekwak et ha anavim we eskat otam el kos paro we etain et hakos al kaf paro. Wayomer lo Yosef ze pit rono sheloshet ha sarigim sheloshet yamim hem beod sheloshet yamim yisa paro et rosheka we ha shivka al kaneka we natata kos paro be yado kamishpat harishon asher hayita mashkwehu.
Hallelujah. Translation, please.
And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup. And I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, this is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Within yet 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head and restore thee into thine office, and thou shalt give Pharaoh's cup into his hand after the former manner when thou wast his butler.
Hallelujah. Modim anachnu la she'ata hu Eloheinu, ve'Elohe avotenu, Avram Yitzchak, Yaaqov le'olam va'ed, Nikra et Aktael ben Lewi ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch haba Likra et HaTorah. Hallelujah. Aktael will be reading verses 14 through 16.
Ki im zakartani et ka kaasher yitav la wa'asita na imadi kased wahiz kartani el paro waho zaytani min habayit haze ki Gugov, Gunov, Gu Navti, Me Eretz Ha'ivrim, Wagam Po, Lo Asiti, Mauma Ki, Samu Oti, Babor, Wayar Sar, Ha'ofim Ki Tov, Patar Wayomer El Yosef, Af Ani Beke Lomi, Wakalomi, Wahine, Shalosha, Saleh, Kori Al Roshi.
Hallelujah. Amen. Start again, Bavakusha.
But have me in thy remembrance when it shall be well with thee, and show kindness, I pray thee, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also saw in my dream, and behold, 3 baskets of white bread were on my head.
Amen. Modim anaknu lak she'ata hu Eloheinu, Elohe avotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaaqov le'olam wa'ed. Nikra et bakor, taklik ya ben Aktayel ben Lewi ben Yisrael. Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom, Baruch Yahovah Tamid, Uvaruch Haba Likra et HaTorah. Hallelujah. Bekor Taklikya will be reading verses 17 through 19.
Uvasal ha Elohim ha Elyon Mikol ma akal Pharaoh ma ase o Ofe Waha Of O Okil O Otam Min Hasal Mi'al Roshi Wayaan Yosef Wayomer Zay Pete Rono Shaloshet Hasalim Shaloshet Yamim Him Ba'od Shaloshet Yamim Yisa Pharaoh et Yoro Roshka Mi Aleka Watala Otka Al 8 Wa'akal Ha'of et Basarka Ma'alek Meleka.
Hallelujah.
And in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of bread, of baked food for Pharaoh. And the birds did eat of them out of the basket upon my head. And Joseph answered and said, this is the interpretation thereof. 3 baskets are 3 days. Within yet 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree, and the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee.
Amen. Modim anaknu lak she'ata hu Eloheinu ve'Elohei avotenu Avraham Yitzchak ve'Yaaqov le'olam va'ed nikra'et hamaftir b'yom Shabbat hazeh seder WaYeshev nikra'et Akh Yirmeyahu ben Naftali ben Yisrael Baruch Yahovah Yom Yom Baruch Yahovah Tamid Likra et HaTorah. Amen. Maftir Akh Yirmeyahu will close us out with verses 20 through 23. Bakasha.
V'yahi bayom hashalishi, yom huledet et paro, v'yasal mishtei loko, v'yas mishtei loko abadal, v'yisa et roshar hamashquim, v'et roshar haofim betok abadal. WaYeshev et sar hamashquim al mashquehu, v'yitain hakos al kaf paro. Ve'et sal ha'ofim tala, ka'asher pata lehem Yosef, ve'lo zakar sar ha'mashquim et Yosef, ve'yish chachehu.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief butler and the head of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler back unto his butlership, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him.
Amen. Modim anaknu lak she'ata hu Eloheinu ve'Elohei avotenu Avraham Yitzchak ve'Yaaqov le'olam va'ed.
Hallelujah. First and foremost, giving all honor and glory to Yehovah Zevaot, thanking him for our lives this day. All men may be seated. Amen. Torah Yehovah for this beautiful Shabbat, thanking him for the lives of you all, thanking him for his Torah, these instructions that we have to govern our life, so we have the capability to have some sort of direction, right? So we're just not wild and just doing whatever we want to do. Torah is very, very important. This portion today is found in the book of Amos, one of the prophets of the Most High. Amos, the 2nd chapter, beginning in the 6th verse and concluding in the 3rd chapter in the 8th verse. Again, that's the book of Amos, the 2nd chapter, beginning in the 6th verse and concluding in the 3rd chapter in the 8th verse. Today's portion, Shabbat WaYeshev, speaking about our patriarch Jacob, who actually dwelt in the land of Canaan. And one thing, as I continue to go through my journey in life, I realize, as you look at the history of Jacob, right, and him leaving his mother and father's house at a young age to go live with his uncle, He was able to obtain a wife and children, and then left his uncle's house, dwelt in Shechem, dealt with some situations there with his daughter Dinah being taken advantage of, and his sons basically killing the entire city. And then he decided to leave Shechem and go back to Canaan. So he dealt with a lot of issues in his life, like we all deal with a lot in our lives. But the beauty of everything, that it did not matter where Jacob went, God Almighty was there with him. And that lets us know we can go anywhere on this beautiful planet that he has created. And as long as we keep the Creator close in our life, we will have that additional help and that additional support that we need, because sometimes life can really put a toll on us. It's a lot that may happen. I want to share a testimony this day before we start our portion. Got some very sad news earlier this week about my eldest sister, Tamikio, who lives in New York City. Got into a very, very, very bad car accident in a U-Haul truck. I mean, to the point that she hit 2 trees, a pole, the car flipped a few times and ended up on its side. But through it all, I'm here to say that the Most High has spared her life, and not only her life, the life of her son that was in the vehicle with her. And it just shows the mercy of the Most High. And that's why when we get in our cars, we always like to send up our prayers out to Philo, because you just never know what may happen when you get in those vehicles or when you go out and about in this world. And then us already losing a sister earlier this year, that would have been a whole lot on our family. I know everybody's dealing with a lot. That's why in this portion, it really emphasizes how important it is to keep the Most High close in your own personal relationship with him. Continue to call upon the Creator and continue to build your relationship with the Most High. Because as we get into the book of Amos, he's going to say, for 3 transgressions, yea, for 4, I can't reverse it. So if we continue down a path that's not right before the Almighty, it's only a matter of time that he's going to have to deal with us accordingly. So it's very, very, very important that we find a path that will be pleasing and right before him, and that we will be able to find grace wherever we may go on this earth. So let's get started. Babakusha is our queen in the book of Amos, in the 2nd chapter, in the 6th verse. Just a little background about Amos. He was from Tekoa. He was a prophet. He prophesied during the time of roughly around 765 through 750 BC, and that's 30 years before the temple was destroyed. Right. So Amos came and was warning the people, certain things we have to change. We was dealing with a lot of social injustices in the land. We was dealing with a lot of just people just taking advantage of those that were weak. And he was prophesying 2 years before the earthquake. So when you see things happen in life, like these traumatic things, it's always a sign for y'all to kind of wake us up and to really get us on the right page. So let's continue on, our queen, Babakusha, and we're going to break down this portion, and we're going to bring some knowledge in this place today. Hallelujah.
Thus saith Jehovah, for 3 transgressions of Yisrael, yea, for 4, I will not reverse it, because they sell the righteous for silver, and the needy for a pair of shoes, that pant after the dust of the earth on the head of the poor, and turn aside the way of the humble. And a man and his father go unto the same maid, to profane my holy name.
All right, best of this. So as I mentioned, the prophet, he's not only dealing with Israel, because if you're able to go back to the beginning of the book, he also is addressing Judah. He's addressing Edom. He's addressing Tyre. So in other words, these are the same universal principles for all the nations. He's saying for 3 transgressions, yea, for 4, I will not reverse it. But he's right now specifically talking about Israel. He mentioned that we sold the righteous for silver. Talking about in today's portion how Joseph is taken advantage of by his own flesh and blood. Family should be the ones that we can trust, those who should be the closest to us, to support us, but they felt a certain type of way toward their brother. They had a lot of jealousy and envy toward their brother because of the way that their father treated Joseph compared how they were treated. And so it is very difficult sometimes when you see someone being elevated or lifted up higher than you, but it's always within you to find some sort of internal peace, to be at one with yourself, knowing that maybe I'm not as talented. Maybe I don't have the intelligence. Maybe I don't have the same skill set as certain people, but I am comfortable with where I am in my life. And that's the way he's showing the Most High that thank you for making me the way that I am. But in this case, they were jealous of their brother to the point that they put him in a pit and they actually sold him for silver. And Yah is also saying right now through Amos that we turn aside the way of the humble. So those who come and try to tell us good words of peace and words to encourage us, to inspire us, a lot of times we close our ears. We don't want to hear that, because we get so caught up in our ways. But please, if we can just get out our own way, then we'll be able to move forward. But it's difficult. It's not easy, but you have to constantly train yourself. You have to constantly build yourself up knowing that, all right, maybe I need to change some of my ways. And then last but not least, this is a major issue that we have as far as just the promiscuous ways that we have in this country, the way that is put out there. Yah is saying that a father and his son go into the same maid, speaking about Reuben and his going into his father's concubine, and it's profanation to the name of the Most High. So please be mindful of your ways, because Yah saying for 3 transgressions, yea, for 4, I cannot reverse it. Let's continue, Zakwan.
And they lay themselves down beside every altar upon clothes taken in play.
Mm-hmm.
And in the house of their power they drink the wine of them that have been fined.
Mm-hmm.
Yet destroyed I the Amorite before them, whose height was like the height of the cedars, and he was strong as the oaks. Yet I destroyed his fruit from above and his roots from beneath.
So even though we went through so many atrocities and we have done things that were not right before God Almighty, he's saying, I still destroyed the Amorites. So I still, for the love that I have for you, I was still able to break down certain barriers, certain things that were hindering you in your life. I was still there to be that support that you needed. So Yah is trying to really get us on the right page, that we will only grow closer to him and just learn from our ways. Be able to acknowledge when you are wrong. Judah, as we go over the portion today, when he goes out and he deals with his daughter-in-law in a way that was unrighteous, when it was brought to him, he took full accountability. He didn't make any excuses. And it's hard sometimes to say, I messed up. But once you're able to do that, then you give yourself the strength you need to continue on. And Yah he's pleading with us, saying, just look how I have supported you through it all, through everything that you have experienced in your life. He said, I've tore down the Amorite whose height was the height of cedars. These situations and issues that come up in our life. Continue on.
Also, I brought you up out of the land of Egypt,
Right,
and led you 40 years in the wilderness to possess the land of the Amorites. And I raised up of your sons for prophets,
right.
and of your young men for Nazarites. And is it not even thus, O ye children of Israel?
It is so,
saith
saith
Yahweh?
Yah. But ye gave.
But he gave the Nazarites wine to drink, and commanded the prophets, saying, prophesy not.
See, we constantly tear down those who are trying to lift us up. Why do we feel like everybody is our enemy? And a lot of times we're our own enemy. Our own self is stopping us from taking it to that next level. The Nazarite who represented discipline and honesty, we still encourage them to do things that will break their Nazariteship. The prophet who came and said, let's turn from your ways. Let's do right before the Most High. We're telling them we don't want to hear what you have to say. And it's just because of our own pride and our own ego. But we have to speak up when you see things that's not right. Even Reuben today, when he saw his brothers plotting against Joseph, he had an opportunity right there and there to say, you know what? We're not going to do that to our little brother. But he waited. And because he waited, he lost the opportunity. So you can't wait. If you see something is not right, you have to speak up immediately. Because if you take your time and say, well, maybe I'll say something tomorrow, tomorrow may not come. Let's take advantage of what we have to do now. We know what we're up against. We're behind enemy lines on so many levels. We're being attacked on so many levels. We see the justice system and how they're playing favoritism. They give us a little justice here, but then they turn around and, I mean, they couldn't see nothing that Kyle Rittenhouse did that was wrong. And he walk away just, but to me, it shows that if you try to stand up and support, speaking of Most High bless the soul of the two men that were murdered, but if you try to stand up and support the cause of these people, God's people, I don't care if you're my own kind, I will take you out, right? Because he went across state lines with the weapon to a peaceful protest, murdered two men, and was acquitted of all charges. But thank y'all, even in the case of Ahmaud Arbery, we get a little justice. But we have to be aware, understand where we stand in this country. White supremacy is real. And that's why y'all are saying we have to build ourselves up in righteousness. We can't continue to hate on each other. Imagine if they did not sell Joseph. Well, everything was a part of Yah's will. But if we was there to support our brother and not tear him down. Let's continue on.
Behold, I will make a creek under you as a cart creaketh that is full of sheaves, and flight shall fail the swift, and the strong shall not exert his strength.
Right.
Neither shall the mighty deliver himself.
Right.
Neither shall he stand that handleth the bow.
Right.
And he that is swift of foot shall not deliver himself. Neither shall he that rideth the horse deliver himself.
And he that is courageous.
And he that is courageous among the mighty shall flee away naked in that day, saith Jehovah.
The Most High is saying that when I come and judge the earth, when I come and really put my judgment on these people who are not doing right, I don't care what type of weaponry they have. I don't care what type of army they have. I don't care what type of resources they have. Nothing is going to stop the wrath of the Most High. So it's always going to be our benefit to continue to get closer to this God, because judgment is coming. We see it's coming. Things have been upside down for too long. Even this past week, they were celebrating Thanksgiving, but if you really take a look at it, what they did to the Native Americans, how they were able to give them blankets with malaria and smallpox, destroyed and killed them. And then try to make a holiday saying everything is peaceful. Stay awake. It's not peaceful. When they speak war. And that's why we cannot relinquish our strength. Who is the creator? Who will fight our battles? Only thing we have to do is be right. I don't have to lift up a gun. I don't have to throw a punch. Only thing I have to do is be right. And I saw that even with my sister earlier this week. 2 trees, 1 pole, a car flipped multiple times, and you're alive? The Most High is working. He's constantly talking to us. Open your ears. Open your eyes. See. Signs are everywhere. Don't ignore them, because we don't want to get swept away with everyone else. Let's continue on. Chapter 3, Zaquin.
Hear this word that Jehovah has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up out of the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth.
Right.
Therefore I will visit upon you all your iniquities.
Right.
Will 2 walk together except they have agreed?
That's right. We have to be on the same page. And
will a lion...
Right, Slika Zaquin. And if nothing else, let's get on the same page with one another. The nations, Yah will deal with them. If it's meant for us to have a relationship, alliances with them, he will make that happen. But let's at least start in-house. They had to reconcile that situation with their brother. They had to go make it right with Joseph. And they knew when they went down to Mizraim that, you know what, this is happening to us because what we did to our brother. So you know when things are happening in your life, why it's happening. Don't ignore it. Accept it for what it is. Humble yourself and tell God Almighty that you please forgive me. So you can reconcile. Two cannot walk together unless they do agree. And right now, we don't agree with our captors. I see what's going on. Biological warfare. They have so many different weapons to try to really destroy us. That's why you have to be vigilant and you have to be right. Let's continue, Zaqueen, with a lion roar in the forest.
Will a lion roar in the forest when he has no
lion is
prey?
roaring. That's right.
Will a young lion give forth his voice out of his den if he have not taken nothing? If he have taken nothing? Will a bird fall into a snare upon the earth where there is no lure for it?
How many snares have we fallen into? Continue.
Will a snare spring up from the ground and have taken nothing at all?
Right.
Shall the horn be blown in a city and the people not tremble?
Shall evil.
Shall evil befall a city and Jehovah hath not done it?
Come on, let's please be aware of who's behind everything.
For Jehovah Elohim will do nothing, but he revealeth his counsel unto his servants, the prophets.
He's revealing it to us. He's letting us know what time it is, so we can bring forth the message as far as what we need to do. First thing we need to do is get right within. After we're able to get right within, then we need to start to reconcile with one another. Then we have to continue to build with the positive things that we have going on, like the IMA, the Israelite Men Association, and be able to build amongst brothers, to bring in young men so they can, these organizations are positive. The ULA, things that we're striving to, these are all positive things that we can capitalize off of. We can't continue to capitalize off of self-gain, dishonesty, distrust, because these things set us back. If I can't trust you, how can I go into business with you? How can I deal with you? We have to get out of this rut that we're in. We're bad enough. They are attacking us. We know what's going on. We spoke about the mass incarcerations. We see how the show train the police get off when they kill our young ones. Tamir Rice was 12 years old. My sons are that age. They don't care. They don't care who they harm, who they take down. That's why the Torah, the instructions that we have, rebuilding our relationship with God Almighty is our way out. This is our path. We can't look to our politicians. We definitely can't look to the Labanim. This is the only way for us and being right. It's legalized genocide on so many levels. They want us extinct, but they can't destroy us. That's the beauty. The horn is blown. He told him before the city was destroyed. I'm telling you now, before America is destroyed, get right with God. Get right within, really. That's all it means. Within yourself. And then you can look at your brother with love. I remember at one point, and we're going to finish it out, it was a sister. And she did nothing to me at all. But every time she spoke, every time she sung, every time she danced, just something inside of me just cringed. I don't know what it was. I had to fight that feeling. I had to tear it down. But then I realized what it really was, she was a reflection of who I was. That's who I was. But because I didn't have the self-love of myself, I started to resent her, right? And then once you are able to find love for self, in other words, you telling God, yes, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. And I thank you for creating me the way I am. And you have that true, genuine love, then it's going to be so much easier to love everybody else. Family, not family. Strangers. I mean, I go outside of my door. I have Lavanim cross the street next door. That's all I'm around. Very cordial, very respectful, but I'm aware. Because if that civil war come, they know that I live at that house. And they could come and try to get me at any given time. So I know my protection is with Yah. Yeah, I'm strapped up. Don't get it wrong. But at the same time, my main protection is through the Most High. Let's finish it out, Zaqueen. The lion had roared.
The lion hath roared. Who will not fear?
Jehovah hath spoken.
Jehovah Elohim hath spoken.
Yeah.
who can but prophesy?
The prophet has spoken. Navi Zaire, my youngest son, he's the young prophet. It's time. I mean, the names and the list goes on. Breonna Taylor, Tamir Rice, Michael Brown, Freddie Gray, Eric Gardner, Sandra Bland, George Floyd, Walter Scott shot in the back, running away from the police. And this is within the last 5 years with us. We've been behind enemy lines since slavery, Jim Crow, civil rights movement. So yes, I'm real skeptical when they say, well, take this, because this is going to save everybody. Hold on. The same people who has destroyed, raped, and lied to us, now I'm supposed to give you my trust? I put my trust in Yah. Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah. Keep that going. He dropped the mic on that one. Talk about the lion has roared. It sounds like Naphtali has roared today. Hallelujah. Thanking the Most High for his life, for his words, for his energy to bring forth the words, even on this holy Shabbat day. And definitely I won't go behind that because I think he said it all. Hallelujah. Please stand before Yah. Trust in God. All you can do. As we sing HaTorah, amen, amen. We're going to sing Segor et HaTorah instead of Petah. Let us even sing it even at this time. Again, thanking our Maftir, Akh Yirmeyahu, on this holy Shabbat day. HaTorah, HaTorah, Segor HaTorah we nilmod achshav. Whereby shall we return unto thee, for thy word to be fulfilled by thy Lord, by thy Lord, in our hearts it is to be instilled. HaTorah, HaTorah, Segor HaTorah we nilmod achshav. Oh, how can we draw closer to each other in the spirit of true righteousness by thy Lord, by thy Lord, Yah, is the only way we must confess. HaTorah, HaTorah, Segor HaTorah we nilmod achshav. Hallelujah. Shabbat Shalom Lechem. Shabbat Shalom to our family online. We thank you for joining in. Those that have just tuned in, you could have been anywhere else today, but you chose to be with us. And we say Toda Rabbah. Thank you very much for that. This time we're going to sing a psalm before we continue on with our other segments of the day. of the first half. Let us sing this song, Baruch Hashem. Let us bless the name of Yehovah. After hearing the words of the Maftir, we pray that the Most High would bless those words and that he would bless all that we are trying to accomplish and that he would protect us from all of the evil things that our enemies are trying to put upon us, brothers and sisters. As he mentioned, the lavanim, for those who don't know, that's just another term that we use in the Hebrew for the Europeans that we live amongst. And so we understand that, sometimes we have to use our Hebrew words. So when we say lavanim, we're talking about the Europeans, our captors that we live amongst, even in these days and times. So may Yah bless us. Let us bless the name of Yah, because at the end of the day, it is Yah who is to be glorified. Hallelujah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of 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 Yahuwah. Uno teleken umayim gam. Uno teleken umayim gam. Uno teleken umayim gam. Uno teleken umayim gam. He gives us bread and our water too. 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 Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. When I wake up in the morning, I've got to praise Yah's name. When I wake up in the morning, I teach my kids to do the same. Oh yes, I will. Yehovah's great. He's also great. I've got to praise his name. I just can't wait. Yehovah is king. Yehovah is king of heaven and earth. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem Shel Yahuwah. There is no God like Yehovah our King. There is no God, there is no God. Oh, there is none, there is no God. No, 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 like Yehovah our King. There is no God, there is no God like Yehovah our King. Let's try it again. Come on. There is no God. Come on, Israel. Like Yehovah our King. There is no God. Oh, there is none. There is no God. No, no, no. Like Jehovah, our King. There is no God. There is no God like Jehovah, our King. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah, Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Please be seated. At this time, we would like to have read for us the 8th Proverbs. Speaks of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Let us welcome our brother, even our midst, even Akh Yirmeyahu ben Yehuda, to even read those very powerful words in the book of Proverbs, the 8th chapter. Hallelujah. Let us welcome him.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom l'kaki.
Proverbs the 8th chapter. Doeth not wisdom call, and understanding put forth her voice.
Mm-hmm.
In the top of high places by the way, where the paths meet, she standeth. Besides the gate at the entry of the city, at the coming in at the door, she crieth aloud. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is in the sons of men. O ye thoughtless, understand prudence, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart. Therefore I will speak excellent things, and the opening of my mouth shall be right things. For my mouth shall utter truth, and wickedness is an abomination unto my lips. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing perverse or crooked in them. They are all plain to him that understand, and right to them that find knowledge. Receive my instructions, and not silver, and acknowledge rather than choice gold. And knowledge rather than choice gold.
Mm-hmm.
Receive my instructions, and not silver. And not, for wisdom is better than rubies, and all things desirable are not to be compared unto her. I dwell with prudence and find out knowledge of devices. The fear of Yah is to hate evil, pride and arrogancy, and the evil way, and the forward mouth do I hate. Counsel is mine, and sound wisdom. I am understanding, power is mine. By me kings reign and princesses decree justice. By me princes rule and nobles, even the judges, even all the judges of the earth. I love them that love me, and those that seek me earnestly shall find me. Riches and honor are with me, yea, enduring riches and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold, yea, than fine gold, and my produce than choice silver. I walk in the way of righteousness in the midst of the path of justice, that I may choose those that love me to inherit substance, and that I may fill their treasures. Yehovah made me as the beginning of his way, the first of his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or even the earth was. That's right. When there was no depth, I was brought forth. When there was no fountain abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought forth, while as yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the beginning of the dust of the world. When he established the heavens, I was there. When he set a circle upon the face of the deep. When he made firm the skies above, when the fountains of the deep showed their might. When he gave the sea his decree, that the waters should not transgress his commandments. When he appointed the fountains of the earth,
Then I was by him as a nursling, and I was daily all delight, praying always before him, playing in his habitable earth. And my delights are with the sons of men. Now therefore, ye children, hearken unto me. For happy are they that keep my ways, hear instructions, and be wise, and refuse it not. Happy is the man that hearkeneth to me, watching daily at my gates, waiting at the post of the door. For who findeth me findeth life, and obtain favor of Jehovah. But he that misses me wrongeth his soul, and they that hate me love death.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat
family.
shalom.
It's a pleasure to be here to even read this proverb today. And I just say, Todah Rabbah, peace and blessings.
Amen. Peace and blessings to you, Akh. Shalom Uvracha. We thank our brother Akh Yirmeyahu for reading for us the 8 Proverbs this day. May the Most High continue to bless him and bless his path and bless even all the things that he is striving to do to allow himself to be aligned with the purpose of Yah. Hallelujah. At this time, we're going to go into a psalm. We're going to read a different psalm today. It was a request made. And of course, I don't mind because all these psalms speak of the glorification of the Most High God. So at this time, let us even recite together Psalms 27. Bavakasha. Ezra, Bavakasha. Hallelujah. Jehovah is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Jehovah is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When evildoers came up upon me to eat up my flesh, even mine adversaries and my foes, they stumbled and fell. Though a host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise up against me, even then will I be confident. One thing have I asked of Jehovah, that will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of Jehovah all the days of my life, to behold the graciousness of Jehovah, and to visit early in his temple. For he concealeth me in his pavilion in the day of evil. He hideth me in the covert of his tent. He lifteth me upon a rock. And now shall my head be lifted up above mine enemies round about me. And I will offer in his tabernacle sacrifices with trumpet sound. I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto Yah. Hear, O Yah, when I call with my voice, and be gracious unto me, and answer me. In thy behalf my heart hath said, seek ye my face. Thy face, Yah, will I seek. Hide not thy face from me. Put not thy servant away in anger. Thou hast been my help. Cast me not off, neither forsake me, O Elohim of my salvation. For though my father and my mother have forsaken me, Yah will take me up. Teach me thy way, O Yah, and lead me in an even path, because of them that lie in wait for me. Deliver me not over unto the will of mine adversaries, for false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out violence. If I had not believed to look upon the goodness of Jehovah in the land of the living, wait for Jehovah, be strong, and let thy heart take courage. Yea, wait thou for Jehovah. Hallelujah. And at this time, I ask if you would stand so that we can give the Most High his due praises. And we say, first giving honor and glory to Yah, our power, creator and maker of all. Thanking Yah for Aharon, the leader of this community, the elders, the Kohanim, Morim, Misharaite, Shomrim, all the men, women, and children of this community embroidered by saying, Hallelujah! 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 Kaya! 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 Hallelujah. Are we having Shabbat school today? Lo Shabbat school, B'Sideh, B'Vakashah. Before you be seated, let us bring up our speaker of the day. Want to give him honor and respect. Even our Misharaite, one of our Misharaite team, our ministers, even Yaaqov Ben Dan. Hallelujah. 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 Yaakov. 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 Hey, now let's shove it.
Please be seated. Thank you. Shabbat shalom lechem. Sabbath peace to everyone. It is an honor to be able to teach this portion of history. Very famous, so famous that Hollywood picked it up. back in the day when Hollywood would do those things with the movie, the cartoon Joseph and His Brothers. And so because it is so familiar on the surface, there's an opportunity for us to also learn the Israelite perspective on how we take things. We know a simplified kind of children's version of Joseph doesn't get along with his brothers. He's taken away, he's kidnapped, turned into a slave. Brothers kind of do their own thing for a while. And Joseph realizes that his spiritual gift of dream interpretation is still active within him, right? That's the spoiler alert of the general way that things go. But there are details here, details that adults can appreciate, details that children can appreciate. And so I want to again introduce myself. I'm Misharaite Yaaqov ben Dan. One of the things that we want to make sure everybody understands is that there's an ancient system of reading all of the events of the Torah, the law of God, week by week, Sabbath by Sabbath, in an unbroken succession from ancient times until now. And we read a parasha. A lot of times we say portion of scripture, but in modern Hebrew, parasha is an episode. It's like TV, right? Something happens every week. There's an episode. What happens in this episode? WaYeshev Yaaqov. Jacob, he settles down. Now the camera pans to what are the new generation of Israelites doing? What are the children up to now? They've gone through a lot. Their fathers and mothers didn't really get along too perfectly. And we find that a lot of those tendencies, unfortunately, were picked up by those children of those multiple wives. And so the camera pans in on Jacob now. His name changed to Israel. He's a patriarch now. He's not the trickster with his brother and trickster with his uncle and the uncle tricking him and his wife's tricking him, right? He's settled his life together. Hence the term of the week is WaYeshev Yaaqov. Yaaqov, or Jacob, settles down. But we can learn some very powerful lessons about what we should look for as tendencies, right and wrong, in our children, because the children have to learn how to develop a relationship with the Creator on their own terms, and they're doing it the hard way. So we're going to be reading in chapters 34 through 40 of the book of Genesis, the book of Bereshit. Hallelujah.
And Jacob dwelt in the land of his father's sojournings, in the land of Canaan.
37 through the 40. 37, 1 through 40. Mm-hmm.
And Jacob dwelt in the land of his father's sojournings, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock of his brethren, being still a lad, even with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought evil report of them unto their father.
He was a tattletale. So remember, he's the 11th of the 12 brothers. He only has one baby brother, who is Benjamin. He's 17. That means his oldest brothers are probably easily pushing 40. So there's really nothing in common with them. So he stays with the younger brothers among this large family. And he is essentially relishing the fact that he's also the favorite son of the favorite wife, Rachel, and his brothers hate that whole idea of there being any kind of favoritism. So that's setting the stage for everything that's going to happen. And by the way, I thank Kohen Shaitmeah for reading Psalm 27. That was at my request, because you see a lot of those themes are in that one psalm. His father and mother not being with him anymore, people coming up as false witnesses against him. That's the whole theme of him, the psalmist, saying, wait on Yah. The only one you can really trust is Yah. We're going to see how those relationship dynamics are going to proceed. It says,
Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children.
That's Jacob.
Because he was the son of his old age. And he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brethren, and they hated him yet the more.
So he didn't, it's that little brother dynamic. Like, hey, I don't care what your dream was, Joseph, whatever, Hey, guess what? That's that's realistic. That's one of the things that you appreciate when you study the laws of God, that it's not perfect people never sinning ever. It's real people who have real dynamics, and we get a little glimpse of what is in the Creator's book of remembrance that the prophet Malachi talks about, that the Creator has a record of all of our lives. And the Creator sees when you were a little, kind of annoying little brother or a little sister, and how you didn't, and they see how you hated your little brother and you hated your little sister. Those are things that we're seeing a glimpse of what the Creator has for us too. So when you're young, all of you, Yaladim, your children, you think about that. You don't like your brother, he gets on your nerves, or you're always tattling on them. The Creator is keeping that little note in there. This is some of the things that you're doing with your childhood. And notice at the same time, he's got a spiritual gift. And we're going to remember that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was a part of this. There was only one of those kids in that family. One of Terach's kids. It was Abraham. He was the one that was the spiritually gifted one. All the other ones, they kind of do what they want, right? Abraham is going to have Ishmael and Isaac, and he's also going to have Midian and Medan and these other people, right? But only one of them, Isaac, is the one that gets the spiritual blessings of Abraham, right? Having dreams and visions, having a blessing over your life that's special, right? And when just in his defense, maybe Yisrael, the new name of Jacob, maybe he was thinking, there's a bunch of Esau's and Ishmael's out here among my children. They don't really get it. They kind of get to grow up in the house with me, but they're going to do their thing when they leave. But I got to pour into the junior child who's the spiritually gifted. But that wasn't his blessing. His blessing is that he will have a nation. Not just a son, but a whole nation. That means every son should have gotten that spiritual one-on-one bonding time, and that was his miss. He said, I'll put all my eggs in like number 11, and we're going to see that's a big dynamic too. Big lesson for us parents. We can't pick and choose, pick our winners, right? You're going to have those frustrating kids who end up being the ones who do the most to help everybody else when they become adults, and the ones who are the spoiled brat who you kept feeding and spoiling, who don't get it, and they walk away. We don't know who that is. But what we do know is, as we all know, spoiler alert, one of these children is about to be arrested for attempted rape by the end of today's portion, right? I don't think he would have thought it would have been Joseph. So keep that in mind. You don't know what challenges or false accusations which of your children will find themselves in, and they all need that spiritual strength and that vision to be able to see their way out of it righteously. It says,
and he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For, behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves came round about and bowed down to my sheaf. And his brethren said to him, Shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words.
So basically, they hated his guts. They have nothing good to say about him. And again, you got to know your audience, but this is the sort of things that we should see in our brothers. If you get your brother's got a good thing going, hey, I made another A, I made the dean's list. It's like, I'm not even going to try to tell my parents that the report cards were sent home. You're talking about how you got honor roll. Like, I don't want to hear it. That's the sort of dynamic we got to see as parents today. Like, no, you should be studying with the one who's getting the A's. Then don't hate him, right? So again, instead of it being, hey, maybe you could be a leader one day, bro. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's all you had to say. Trying to, again, as we said, pull people down, like the prophecy we read. It said,
and he dreamed yet another dream, and told it to his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed yet a dream. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bow down to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down to thee to the earth? And his brethren envied him, but his father kept the saying in mind.
Now, we're going to remember that again, he's probably thinking, you know what, I was a dreamer too, you know. Like, Esau couldn't understand what I was seeing, and mom could see what I was doing, and that's why she was so close to his mother, right? Well, so maybe he's thinking, you know, I still love the fact that he's dreaming. He's thinking positively. But at the same time, he's saying basically outwardly, hey, okay, cut it out. Look, we get it, right? You have good visions of yourself. Don't you're now we see, first of all, let's look at again a little check on the relationship. It says lo yechulu daberu leshalom. His brothers couldn't even speak to him shalom. I can't even say shalom to you. So I don't even. You walk in the room, everybody else, all 10 of the other older ones, they're doing, hey, playing cards. Hey, shalom. Yeah, whatever, you know, right? Then he's got something positive to say. They hate it, right? Now he's telling Abba about these things. Now they're jealous because now Abba's like, well, I'm going to listen, but I'm gonna rebuke you, but I'm also listening. What did you see angels in your dream? You know, it's like now they're jealous. That was the thing that the father has to see. You know, especially when you have a big number of children, they outnumber the mother and the father, 3+ children. You got to see those. They're going to have their dynamics. That's the thing I realize because I have 3. Like when it's 2 of you and then 2 of them, like you kind of keep them in check. Once it's like 3+, they got their own dynamic. There's the middle child dynamic. You got the older child dynamic. Then there's the baby child. And then the baby wants to tattle on the older 2, you know, and the older's trying to shut them up. And the middle one wants more attention. So it's like, now you imagine that with 10 men. This is the thing that takes a lot. Now, I know he's tired. He's gone through a lot himself. But those are things that we can learn from, certainly. Now, let's read from 12 through 22.
And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Yisrael said unto Joseph, do not thy brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send thee unto them. And he said to him, here am I. And he said to him.
So let's remember, what happened in Shechem? A little small town. Something happened last summer when you let them kind of do stuff where there's no parental supervision. What happened? Anybody remember?
They slayed the Shechemites.
Right? This whole thing. One, not paying attention to what was their sister Dinah doing. Dinah got in a cart at best, a cart before the horse situation, so to speak, since we have a mixed company, with a local guy there who's the son of the mayor, right? The brothers who seem to be Puritans when it comes to that, when it comes to their sisters, they are Puritans. Don't you look at my sister. They kill folks on accusation that they were with this sister, that they were helping the guy who was with their sister out of wedlock, right? And they were run out of town, right? So now it's like, okay, well, it's kind of like our town. It's a ghost town now. I'm sending them over there to go just watch the sheep eat grass. That's all shepherds have to do. It's the simplest job in the world. Go over there and make sure that they actually are just doing that. They're not causing any trouble. And let me know what they're doing. Now, I know, again, another pro tip from fathering, when you engage that child who does tattle, and the other kids realize that, they don't like that, right? Because now it's like, oh, you're a snitch now. This is tattle. You're like a little 5-year-old. Now you're hired to be a snitch, right? So we know to look out for you. We know that's the only reason you would even come out here, because you're too young for this, right? Is so you could see, what are we doing over here in town, on the other side of town? Well, we find out there was a reason that he needed to check up on him, and that's what we see as we read through verse 22.
And he said to him, go now and see whether it is well with thy brethren, and well with the flock, and bring me back word. So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem, and a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field.
So he didn't know what he was doing. He's looking around, didn't know what's going on. So this local guy says, what you doing?
And the man asked him, saying, what seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they are feeding the flock. And the man said, they are departed hence, for I heard them say, let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren and found them in Dothan. And they saw him afar off. And before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him.
Now listen to the conspiracy. And unfortunately, again, think of our people who are out on the street. They have a very street, what we would describe as a hood mentality, street. You're a snitch, that doesn't even mean anything that you're my blood anymore, right? They're almost like a gang among themselves. Because look at what they're saying. It's, we're going to stop him snitching. Snitchers get stitches around here, right? Well, how many stitches? That's the only debate. It's not about, hey, we love our brother, you know, we did actually murder people, and we also did, Reuven, you were sleeping with your sister, stepmother and stuff. Maybe we should do a little better, right? No, it's snitches get stitches around here. Let's listen to the discussion.
And they said one to another, behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him and
That's the
cast
tone.
him into one of the pits. And we will say, an evil beast hath devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and delivered him out of their hand, and said, let us not take his life. And Reuben said unto them, shed no blood, cast him into this pit, that it, Sidrah. And Reuben said unto them, shed no blood,
That's the
cast
first
him
one.
into this pit that is in the wilderness, but lay no hand upon him, that he might deliver him out of their hand to restore him to his father.
So, again, for those who don't study it, the stuff that they leave out of the kids' movie is he slept with Bilhah. Who is Bilhah to Yosef?
Concubine.
Who's Bilhah? Right? That's like the Rachel's sidekick of the wives, right? Closest best friend, sister wife. Reuven slept with her. You're Rachel or Rachel's son, Joseph. Like, that's deep in the backstabbing of the whole family dynamic, right? So you have Reuven already, as we remember, describe, I mean, you see what at the end of the portion of the book of Genesis, Jacob says, you are unstable as water. You freeze water, it's frozen. You boil water, it turns into steam. You pour water, it takes the shape of the pot that it falls in. And everybody's talking about beating up your brother. Well, rough him up a bit, but I want to bring him back. Now, I joke with my family. I said, now, you bring the 5-year-old back, Naomi, who's 12. He's got a busted lip and a black eye. And, well, Elijah was going to really kill him, but, I saved him. I'm not going to sit there and be like, you're female, hero of the year, right? I'm going to say, where were you and what happened? But that's his mindset. I don't care about him. I want to come off as the hero. Remember, the firstborn gets double the inheritance. That's probably what he's thinking about, right? And it's like, oh, wait, I don't really care about Abba, but it's like, if I just get it good on his good side. Remember, he lost his birthright already from that. So this is the sort of thing that we start to realize. They don't have any love like a gangster, which we'll talk about, and the modern connotations of all this mentality in the Black community today. It's how can I get over, not how do I look out for my people. Now we go into 23 through the end of the chapter.
And it came to pass when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph of his coat, the coat of many colors that was on him, and they took him and cast him into the pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it, and they sat down to eat bread.
Now,
And they
again,
lifted up
that hood thing, I just started to say, Elder, it's just, you took the shirt. I mean, we buy clothes, but those of us who know how to make garments, you didn't have to make the fabric. So you imagine his mother perhaps made the fabric to make multiple colors and stripes of colors. Like, you got to take each thread of each color. Like, that was a very carefully designed thing. Then to also cut it and make a garment that fits you. That's a lot of love that went into that. He couldn't stand it. And of course, he's wearing that to go check up on them. Let me wear my tuxedo, my special event outfit of all my outfits to go do that. And they'd rip his clothes up. And so he's got no shirt on. Basically, he's in his underwear. And they kick him into a bor, which is an empty well, right? Mm-hmm. And there's actually, I forgot to add the picture, but in Dotan, in Israel, there is the well there. It's about as deep as a sewer. Mm-hmm. So it would be mud on the bottom. It's dried out. So, I mean, it'll break your fall, but you're falling into this kind of sewer type thing that's very, has bricks around it in a circle, just like a sewer would. And you fall about 10 feet in the ground. That's going to hurt, right? But you can't get out because there's nothing, it's just brick wall. So you can't get your way out, right? You're stuck there. And then instead of doing anything, can you imagine a 17-year-old, these big, tall 17-year-olds taller than me, yelling, help me, get me out of here. And they're like, yeah, whatever. Let's get something to, probably dinner. At that point, it's probably dinner time. It's like, you know what, it's getting dark. Let's eat. And they sit down and have a sandwich out of earshot, and they're not even looking at the hole that they threw him in, because this is the hood. Canaan land was dangerous. There's a reason why we're not supposed to marry those people, right? You just standing there for 2 hours is like standing on the block, in a dangerous neighborhood in Chicago somewhere. Something's about to happen to you if they realize nobody is looking at you. Nobody's protecting you, or you're not a part of a recognized protective group like a gang, male or female. Somebody's going to figure out some way to exploit you. And look what happens.
And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a caravan of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spicery and balm and ladanum, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said unto his brethren,
brilliant idea.
What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood?
Where's the profit? Where's the money in that?
And let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother, our flesh. And his brethren hearkened unto him, and there passed by Midianites, merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt.
Pause. Here's where the movie got it wrong. The brothers were not even that organized to even finish the deal. Other people, these are all their cousins, Midian and Ishmael. They're distant cousins. They're all Abrahamic people, right? So they could communicate with them. They're not Canaanites, but that shows the people who don't act like they have the blessing of Abraham, right? That's what happens when you leave this way of life. You knew the knowledge, but you have the mindset of the streets. That's what the Ishmaelites were. They had tons of money. Remember, he gave them money and gifts, but said, you guys kind of settle your own areas. So they were rich, just like today. You still have princes and kings in Arabia. Where'd they start having kingdoms from? That's what we saw. So they got the money, and we realized they were so distracted, Midianites actually were there. So that means they were out of eyesight to even see, hey, you need to get out? Here's the rope. Oh, you can talk my language? Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know what there's, yeah, we're cousins. That's right, we're cousins. From the other side of the family, right? All right. And then they pull out that, dagger. No, shut up. Right? And meanwhile, they're like, you know what? Yeah, it should be 50 because there's like 10 of us and we all need to get 5 shekels. No, it should be 100 shekels. They're probably arguing about how much money it needs to be to make profit for 10 other brothers to make sense. They already said, here, little Ishmaelite on this camel, here's a little bag of, 20 coins. They flipped a buck on them, and then the Midianites go and look for anybody else who's out there. They're human traffickers, which is the theme that we're going to hit up in a minute. You had the Ishmaelites. They had the money. They're not getting their hands dirty. They were going to go to Egypt, but it's like, you know what? You got the Midianites who, as we find out, we got to go to war with them. They will turn their daughters out and they will seduce you as a part of going to war. They don't have morals, right? That's what happened with Baal Peor, right? They'll turn their daughter out. That's another kind of trafficking. That's how they got us. Way many years later. They've been doing this thing for centuries. It's while we were in slavery, right? And how to get you for if you're a male, then how to get you if you're a female. If you want females, they will turn out. And then the Ishmaelites just bankroll everything. That's like the mafia, right? I'm not getting my hands dirty. You do this stuff. Then the Midianites, which will be mistranslated here as Midianites, who bring him into Egypt, they're the traffickers. They're the mules. They're the ones throw you in the back of the trunk, take you to the auction block, get the cash from the auction block, pay the other Midianites off. Everybody's just flipping dollars, right? Off of humans. So we have to understand this is a real book. This is why the Torah is so rewarding to study, because that's what we see in, unfortunately, our parts of the woods, right? We see that. It's not, oh, go here's the clan. Let's sell you to the clan. We don't do that. You go to another place, and another person who looks like you will consume you, abuse you, and then flip a dollar on you and send you to somebody else. And that's the thing that we see as one major connection from chapter 37. Please continue and finish.
And Reuben returned unto the pit.
Look at his reaction.
Behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes, and he returned unto his brethren and said, the child is not. And as for me, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat.
But in other words, notice his reaction is he's ripping his clothes. He's like, now what am I gonna do? Not, I wonder, let's pray for a brother. Let's put a word out. Like, what about me? Ani, right? That's what he says. It's like, what about me? What am I gonna do? Because that was my plan, was to get my birthright back. I could get double my money when Abba dies. That's all I care about. Y'all messed it up. That's all he can think about. Sad. It says.
And they took Joseph's coat and killed a he-goat and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father and said, this have we found. Know now whether it is thy son's coat or not.
In other words, hey, we found this. It's like the thing that was handcrafted by your mother and me, right? His holy day garment or whatever it was, his Shabbat clothes. Does this look familiar? It's got some blood on it. I don't know. Like, what kind of... That's the same way we would think. Like, your children bring you something like that. It's like, okay, where's your brother? I don't know. We found this T-shirt, though. Is that his? What y'all... right? You want to slap them all, right? He says.
And he knew it and said, it is my son's coat. An evil beast hath devoured him. Joseph is without doubt torn in pieces. And Jacob rent his garments and put sackcloth upon his loins and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him. But he refused to be comforted. And he said, nay, I will go down to the grave to my son mourning. And his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt.
These are Medanites. That's another tribe from Keturah, the wife that Abraham married after Sarah died.
Unto Potiphar, the officer of Pharaoh's, the captain of the guard.
So now we have a pan away. So we saw, there were two pans, Reuben and Judah. Reuben is the firstborn. Judah is fourthborn. Reuben, Shimon, Levi. Shimon and Levi, they didn't even say anything because it's like, y'all killed multiple people. Y'all are mass killers of people in Shechem because you're so holy and righteous. You can't imagine that your sister got hooked up with a guy outside of marriage. So you got to kill everybody. And yet we see where your mindset really is, right? Judah, fourthborn, right? He's basically about to do a thing that we also see as a family tendency. He's like, you know what? My grown father is crying. He says, I will be depressed until I die. Don't try to talk to me. Don't say it's going to be better. Because think about it, he put all his eggs spiritually into Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you guys are a bunch of Esau's, you're not gonna really get it. You're materialistic. Your golden boy is dead as far as he's known. So it's like, I went through being exploited for 20 years with 4 wives, having all y'all kids, and the one that showed some hope, you're dead, and you don't even have answers about what happened, right? So it's powerfully hard to even imagine what was it like around him. And then you have, hopefully at that point they start having guilt. But what happens when some people have guilt? They just run away. Because remember, these like pushing 40, all of these, they're in their 30s, easily 30s, Judah. So he basically, you're going to hear almost nothing in this whole chapter. So we're going to read through 38. Nothing about the Creator, nothing about God in his life. You know what you hear about it? His friend, his little Canaanite friend, Hira from Adulam, which is a cave in what will be the tribe of Judah, and him getting 5 babies by getting 2 Canaanite women pregnant over the years, right? Sounds familiar. He's doing your thing out there, kind of like they say Papa was a Rolling Stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home, right? That's how he's acting. I'm doing me. Just hold on. 38. Let's just listen
And
to
it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and turned into a certain Adulamite, whose name was Hira. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her and went in unto her. And she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bore a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again,
fertile Canaanite woman, right?
bore a son, and called his name Shelach.
They're always fertile. And by the way, that was the whole point of having Rachel and Rebecca come from other countries, is you don't mess with these local women. And what does he do? You know what? I find a real fertile one right here around the corner, and I got 3 babies like that. That's the sort of thing that shows he wasn't even thinking about his legacy, his heritage, his people, the Abrahamic, Isaac, Jacob, all that stuff. Yeah, forget that. But the Creator's going to work through this too. This is his book. We have that book too. We have our sins that we atone and ask God for forgiveness for, but he sees the whole mindset. We have to make sure we are sensitive to that. We have our sins too. Let's continue to see his mindset.
And she yet again bore a son and called his name Shelach. And he was at Kaziv when she bore him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Jehovah, and Jehovah slew him.
That means like you're out there, you're getting in a fight, somebody pulls out a knife and it jibs you and you're dead. You're just out there. So we're seeing that now time has progressed. We get the whole chapter is probably, let's say, 20 years of time, right? So we see already son number 1 killed out there on the streets, being a knucklehead, right? We still have 2, Onan and Shelah. It says,
And Judah said to Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother unto her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed would not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did was evil in the sight of Jehovah, and he slew him also.
so lest you understand, one, there are 2 responsibilities. We find this actually become a law. If you only have, you're off basically in your own very small rural area and there's really not much else marriageable around, then the brother-in-law should take on his brother's widow so that she's not out there homeless. He doesn't want to do that. And so what he says is, fine, I'll take her. And what he used her for was for lack of a better term, his own pleasure, which is what Onanism is. In other words, and that's where we saw in the portion of a man, multiple men going into the same woman. So he's like, he's not there for the, I want to be a father. I want to take care of this woman. I don't want her to be exposed out there. You want me to take her? I'll take her. I'll do whatever I want with her. But I ain't going to be her husband. I ain't going to be her man. I'm not going to be committed or anything. We see that mindset, right? Creator says, maybe he got an STD from it, something, but the Creator made it so that he died very shortly thereafter in that mindset, which is a very, as we talked about, that promiscuity mindset. Do anything you want to a woman except marry her, right? That's what, now he's down to Shelah. So he should be learning some lessons now. You have to have 2 funerals for how horrible your sons have been. Maybe that would have been the breaks, but no, for Judah, that's not the break yet. Tamar, the same poor woman who was a Canaanite still, but unfortunately tied up into this foolish family, he's trying to figure out a way to kind of put her in a corner. And you kind of see the snide remark is almost like you're a black widow, like maybe you're bad luck. You kill your husbands or something, not realizing that the Creator is doing this. It says,
Then said Yehuda to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow in thy father's house, till Shalach my son be grown up. For he said, lest he also die like his brethren.
Yeah.
And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house, and in the process of time, Shua's daughter, the wife of Yehuda, died. And Judah was comforted and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnah, he and his friend Hiram, the Adulamite.
All right. So, by the way, just so we understand, because we're not agrarian in America, but that's the whole point of you having sheep. You make clothes out of wool. That means you can make cash money every sheep's wool that you're making, right? So that's when they make a lot of money, when they have a harvest and when they shear sheep, because they can sell bags of wool for bags of money. So the more wool they have, the more money they get. And what happens when you have a man that has a short-term mindset, has a whole lot of cash at the last minute, gets a windfall? What's he going to do with his money? We kind of know, right? There's give a tenth to the Lord, like Jacob, and like Abraham, and or there you go. I'm going to Vegas. That's where I'm going. Right? You see, he's bouncing around different towns. Let's go to Timnah. It says.
And it was told Tamar, saying, behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she put off from her the garments of her widowhood, and covered herself with her veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in the entrance of Enaim.
So that's a town, I guess, on the way to Vegas.
Which is by the way to Timnah.
Yeah, see?
For she saw that Shalach was growing up, and she was not, and she was not given unto him to wife. When Yehuda saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, for she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way and said,
anyways, he made a pit stop, because that's a town on the way to Timnah. So he said he turned over, pull over, hold on, wait. Right?
Come, I pray. Come, I pray thee. Let me come in unto thee.
For he's hitting on her. Ancient hitting on her.
For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid of the goats from the flock. And she said, wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? And he said, what pledge shall I give thee? And she said, thy signet, thy cord,
ring,
and thy staff that is in thy hand. So, and he gave them to her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him.
So he's saying, I like that. See that ring here? I'd like to have that. In other words, like the brothers not being able to make money off of it, like his brother. Like they were so slow and discoordinated. They can't even like sin right. He's trying to hit on a zonah, a woman of the street. And it's like, what are you going to give me? Well, I'll send the payment. So like, well, okay, can I have a credit card then? Like, can I have something now that shows that the money will be here? That's called, can I do this on credit? Come on, Judah. Yeah. Like, an average, like, sketchy dude knows, like, at least have, have your act together. You're sitting there saying, I want to do this on credit. So she's like, okay, I like that nice fat band there, that wedding band, your staff that you walk with. Oh, and she says Petil. Petil is Petil Techeret. Your seat. This is something that it shows that Israelites wore them very early on. Oh, I got it.
Gotta fix the
but
bottom.
I want to have your fringe. These are supposed to remind you of who you are.
Fix the bottom of it.
So you can't deny that this is your stuff, because you guys wear fringes, unlike Canaanites, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. Appreciate that. And he's willing to give away his whole ID. Here's my whole wallet, whatever. I want it. I'm inflamed with my passion. Here's my whole wallet, my whole ID. But this is a part of her plan. We read the rest of the chapter, what she does with that plan, with those materials. She's already pregnant, by the way.
And she arose and went away and put off her veil from her and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid of the goats by the hand of his friend, the Adullamite, to receive the pledge from the woman's hand. But he found her not. Then he asked of the men of her place, saying, where's the harlot that was at Enaim by the wayside? And they said, there has been no harlot here. And he returned to Judah and said, I've not found her. And also the men of the place said, there had been no harlot there. And Judah said, I'll let her take it.
That's how he said.
Lest we be put to shame. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her.
So in other words, look, I tried to pay her. Like,
yeah.
Oh, wait, we're indebted to this zonah. Go ahead and pay the debt off. I'm not going to do it, though. Go get your friend. So, again, pick your friends right. Like, come on, man. Your friend should be putting you in check. But here he's sitting there walking a little goat down the street, trying to pay a zonah that you slept with months ago. You're going to see it's about 3 months later, so he can get his wallet back. He is just completely, like, spoiling what Abraham left Babylon for. And yet, again, we all have those tendencies in ourselves. So before we feel superior, we have to realize we didn't get that far down. Don't let it get to be that far where nothing shames you anymore. He just doesn't want to be laughed at, walking a goat down the street. That's the only thing he worried about. Again, Creator is not part of this chapter.
And it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, hath played the harlot, and moreover, behold, she is with child by harlotry. And Judah said, bring her forth, and let her be burnt.
Yeah, because again, now we're puritanical when it comes to women, but here we see a very interesting play that she has. She was a Canaanite woman, but at the same time, you could see she waited. She waited for Shelah. He never provided for another marriage for her. And at the same time, you can see this mindset that will kill you for you getting pregnant out of wedlock. Meanwhile, we'll see who impregnated her.
When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man whose these are, am I with child? Yeah. And she said, discern, I pray thee, whose are these? The signet and the cords.
That's right.
And the staff.
Yeah, whose seat is this, by the way, Judah? Oh, seat. Yeah. Whose wedding ring is that? Oh, that's my whole wallet. So that was the first mic drop, right?
Mhm.
Or you burn me, you might as well get the man too. And that evokes something that is very powerful, though. He doesn't mention the Creator's name, but look at how he responds to that finally. He
And
says,
Judah acknowledged them and said, she is more righteous than I,
that's the truth.
for as much as I gave her not to Shalach my son. And he knew her again no more.
So not playing game. Oh, well, you're my wife now. It's like, no, that's sin. He's starting to back it up. He
Mhm.
hit rock bottom that afternoon. I ain't playing these games anymore. I'm gonna be a father to these twins because they didn't deserve that. It says,
And it came to pass in the time of her travail that, behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed that one put out her hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, this came out first. And it came to pass as he drew back his hand that, behold, his brother came out. And she said, wherefore hast thou made a breach for thyself? Therefore his name was called Feret.
which means a breach. In other words, they're twins, but one's peeking his hand out, and then the other one is putting his foot out, and they're just kind of like being very playful coming out of the womb. So it's like these are, in other words, it's just like they're human children. They came through very, very messy circumstances, but it's a lesson to us that those children deserve to be treated as innocent and be given an opportunity to be fathered, it says.
And afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Serach. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt.
So this is now saying not after this, but parallel what happened meanwhile over those 20 years or so with Joseph. But let's keep in mind, again, these little boys, Peretz gave birth to Hezron, who gave birth to Ram, and then Aminadav, and then Nachshon. Nachshon ben Aminadav was the head, the prince over the tribe of Judah when we came out of slavery.
Out of Egypt.
He gave birth to Salma, Salmon, and then to Boaz, who married Ruth,
Right.
who is the great-grandmother of King David. So these things tell us something. One, the reality of human trafficking. Number two, in this chapter, we see you might have had a very messy story about who your father was and who your mother was. That doesn't make your whole destiny their destiny. You can change history simply by investing in those children. By investing in those children, the rest of the Bible is basically written from the descendants of those two little boys. Now we see Yosef brought into Egypt. It says in 39.
And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, the officer of Pharaoh's, the captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him of the hand of the Ishmaelites that had brought him down thither.
So that means that he basically, again, the Ishmaelites were the sort of the mob, but it was really a lot of lower guys who were their cousins who did the dirty work. But he would have bought him off an auction block along all the other African slaves. So here's the first time Israelites really get switched up into the African slave trade, being bought out, and then Sar Tabachim, Itboach is to slaughter. This man is the head of the corrections department for Egypt, right? That right? He's at the Department of Justice level, but he has him a slave. That lets you understand their criminal justice system, right? So it says,
and Jehovah was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. And his master saw that Jehovah was with him, and that Jehovah made all that he did to prosper in his hand.
We already see now Yehovah's divine name, the name of God. People sometimes say Jehovah. There's no J in Hebrew. His name is now twice already in his story, and he was successful, not a loser, not wasting time. It's almost like instead of it being my brothers hate me, I'm in a different land, me and God is even. I'm forgetting all that stuff. Holy talk. Didn't do me nothing. Nope. What could go right? That was his mindset. What could go right? And the creator basically is saying, I'm putting in my A game with this guy. I don't know what he's going to do to me. I can't speak Egyptian, but he can see my actions. And he can see I don't do the idol stuff. I have my own God, and I'm praying towards my land. And this man is remarkable. Like, this is a remarkable man. I'm going to let him continue to worship that way, because whatever he does is successful. We want that for our children. It says,
And Joseph found favor in his sight, and he ministered unto him, and he appointed him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand.
this is the man who runs the Department of Justice. And he's got his mansion, and he's taking this foreigner, and he's saying, you know what? All y'all listen to him. Now, I'm sure there are some people who did not like that. There's sure some house Negroes, literally, who have been working their way in to have a little, easy job. I just have to fan the queen, kind of get to see the queen when she's out there coming out of the shower, the little things that are small pleasures that they might like. And it's like, no, he's the boss. If he says you did your job and he checks it off his clipboard, then you get to eat tonight. If he doesn't say it, you're going hungry. So again, that's a very interesting situation. He's learning leadership, but he also is learning how to be among the people who are on the bottom of society. So he's not going to go talk about his wonderful dreams. He probably learned that one. Like, don't talk about that. But prove with action. Actions speak louder than those words. These are lessons we do want our children to get. And that's what he probably picked up from his father. I did work for Lavan. He was grifting me. I knew it, but I put in my effort. He could never say I was lazy. And probably taught him how to have that work ethic. That's our thing that we can teach our kids too. People don't have to look at you and look at you with respect, but they got to respect what you did. You made that A. You made that honor roll, right? Be proud about that. Don't let people take you down. He was able to succeed in captivity by outperforming everybody else in his slave master's house. It says,
And it came to pass from the time that he appointed him overseer in his house and over all that he had, that Jehovah blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of Jehovah was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand. And having him, he knew not aught save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was of beautiful form and fair to look upon.
so in other words, he was also good. He had good grooming. He looked good. It's probably, all that hard work muscled him up. He wasn't the little 17-year-old anymore. Now he's 18. Now he's coming into 20. He's starting to realize, if I look like where I'm trying to go, people will see me more as an equal. In other words, if I'm well-groomed, and I don't look disheveled, I don't look slave-like, I don't talk whatever Egyptian dialects there are, I don't talk like a slave, I carry myself like a leader, like a boss, people like that. That's something that we can also see and that we can learn too. And you again see that the Creator blessed him inside and outside of the house. That is that Abrahamic blessing that's being activated in his life as a young man. As we look at our children, that's something that I want us to be motivated by. I know even as we heard from Yirmeyahu, we got a lot of bad news that's out there today. Notice even in Yirmeyahu, who just spoke about the prophecies of Amos, it wasn't that, well, the white man's out there, so why even try? Or don't work hard for the white man because they're just making money off of you. No, it's be the best at it. Be a blessing to people. You might be in the neighborhood with them. Let them see what an Israelite house truly is. Defy the stereotypes. Don't let them think that that's what we are. Judah was feeding into those stereotypes. Joseph was breaking them. That's our power tool. It says,
And it came
7
to pass.
to the end of the chapter.
And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph. And she said, Lie with me.
So now we get to see, what about him? Now he was no funny guy. He's good looking. He knows that women are beautiful and everything, and he's not nobody around. He's trusted. He's in the house alone a lot. If you think about what that means, there's a lot of opportunity for foul play, even amongst the servants themselves. He can get into that mindset, right? And actually, let's think about it. Judah's mindset would have been, forget God. I'll let God talk, then do me no good anyway. And my family didn't care about me. Nobody else cared about me. Slave master doesn't care about me. Wife wants me to feel good. Wants me to actually lay down and relax a bit with her. Right? Beyond the temptation part, somebody actually would like me to just lay down and relax finally. I deserve it. It's just one sin. Right? That's the mindset that he had to block out that his brothers would have. You can see it, right? Do we have that mindset? When we talk about promiscuity, when we talk about those issues where we have so many struggles and even in the Israelite community of keeping that family formed, right? Are we thinking, well, is it a second wife situation? Is it polygyny? No, he's not playing that. And you can see that the creator who is writing this book and revealing it is now allowing for a situation for pleasure and love to be a temptation. Look at how he opens his mouth, and his mindset it's almost like he answers her, does not compute. Let me talk about Yehovah. Let me talk about sin. Let me talk about how much I've been working to get to a point of stability. His mindset is the 30,000 foot, here's where the creator is trying to do with me. I see it, right? I'm a dreamer still. And this little 15 minutes of fun does not compute, right? Not, I'm trying to struggle and let me try to do, okay, you could touch me, you can hug me, but don't do he's not even going there. Watch the rest of the chapter and internalize that, regardless of your age, he says.
But he refused and said unto his master's wife, Behold, my master having me knoweth not what is in the house, and he hath put all that he hath into my hand. He is not greater in this house than I, neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against Elohim?
Elohim, God.
And it came to pass, as she spoke to Joseph day by day,
Every day,
that he hearkened not unto her,
had to ignore
to
it.
lie by her, or to be with her.
In other words, not even the cuddle, not the spoon, not the chill on the couch with her. I'm just here. Do you want coffee or tea? Coffee or tea, ma'am?
Not me.
Okay, you're not thirsty, right? Just not listen to what she's saying. Like, come on. This is coffee or tea. Okay, you need your trash taken out. I'll take the trash out. I understand. Okay, right? I'll clean out the pool. Have his full clothes on, while he's cleaning out the pool, He's just, you caught me out of the shower. Okay, ma'am, I see you came out of the shower. Let me just hold the towel up. Here you go. I'm going to go. Just made it very hard for him. But that built his character. Ask ourselves, would we be able to pass that kind of test? Would you really be able to? Somebody who looks beautiful, an Egyptian queen, you see them, chisel them as goddesses, right? Wants you, a Hebrew, and you have to block out any impure thought and focus on performing. That's the blessing that really got him over the top. It says,
And it came to pass on a certain day, when he went into the house to do his work, and there was none of the men of the house there within,
no witnesses,
that she caught him by his garment, saying, Lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand and fled and got him out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of her house and spoke unto them, saying, See, he hath brought in a Hebrew unto us to mock us.
You know what they mean by Hebrew? They say it all obvious. You brought this Negro in here to go mock me, right?
He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment by me and fled and got him out. And she laid up his garment by her until his master came home. And she spoke unto him according to these words, saying, the Hebrew servant whom thou hast brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment by me and fled out. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spoke unto him, saying, After this manner did thy servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, the place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in the prison. But Jehovah was with Joseph.
There's Jehovah again.
And showed kindness unto him, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed Joseph's hand, and the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison. And whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because Jehovah was with him. And that which he did, Jehovah made it to prosper.
Matzliach. We keep seeing that. We have a chapter left. We read it in Hebrew earlier, but think about this. This book of the law will not depart from your mouth. The thing that we're reading now, that's what we should be I'm showing, and all of us who see every day, this is what you do. I had my children day by day read a chapter. We talk about it. Sit and meditate on those things. Would you, if you were in that situation, how would you handle that? What situations are you going with in each of your different grades of school? What are we doing? What's going on at work, right? This is, he says in Joshua, that then you will be make your way prosperous, have prosperity from meditating on this stuff day and night, and then you will have good success, right? This is the sort of thing that makes it real. When people wonder, well, what does this do? Yes, a lot of most religions, all of them actually, deal with life after death. This way of life is about life before death. How do you become successful now? Prosperity now. It takes a mindset of discipline, right? Yes, they're trying to exploit me, but I'm going to give A+ level service, and I'm going to dress in a certain way where I can't look down at you and call you boy, and you're sitting there looking at me in my face, mastered my language. You see that with Daniel? Ask me a question. I got 10 times the grades of anybody else. Right? Oh, and I'll go vegan because I don't know what you guys are eating. And I'm going to be worshiping, praising God 3 times a day, right? Not gambling or doing whatever else they're doing, to waste time. That discipline constantly elevates us in our captivity, but then it opens up the doors. That's why I'm making sure we have time to go through the 40th chapter, because we have modern history. Our ancestors, just 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, were kidnapped from the land of their forefathers and brought here in chains. And here we are, many people have fought and made it so that we have career paths and options and colleges and universities that we created or that we can go to of other people's creation, right? Don't end up like Judah, where it's just, okay, I'm gonna go on the streets and do me. And it's like, did not go through all of that uplift for us to lose it, okay? Because that's when you unleash the Creator's wrath. Here we also see something. He saw hatabachim. Sar, like Sar Aharon, is like the boss man, right? I could have you killed. I'll kill you myself. You're in my house. I don't even need a trial, right? He goes to the warden, Sar Beit HaSohar, the boss of the prison house. The boss man says, you know what? I don't even need to worry, because I've promoted this prisoner to basically run the show. Joseph would be, hey, ring the cup across the bars. All right, morning light, time to get up. Here's the breakfast, right? All right, it's lunchtime, y'all. All right, Jim, right? Lights out. The warden didn't even have to do his job, because he saw this man is serving Yah more than he serves me. That's something that's a very different mindset than the person who's accused of the attempted rape of the boss of the prison warden, right? It's wife. That's not how you treat someone who really looks like he's guilty. That's something that we have to, again, learn from this portion. Now we see that we see Potiphar is in the next chapter, our final chapter, and I just want you to realize he's captain of the guard. Watch the hidden hand of Yah, because it shows that Potiphar was watching this man, and he gave him a special responsibility. Chapter 40.
And it came to pass after these things that the butler, the king of Egypt, and his baker offended their lord, the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was wroth against his 2 officers, against the chief of the butlers and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph to be with them, and he ministered unto them. And they continued a season in ward.
So they were in the prison for Yamim, right? And ward. Hence warden, jail. Watching, Mishmar, they're watching over him. Right? Sar hatabachim. Wayifkod. Sar hatabachim et Yosef itam. Right? So this man, Potiphar, is tasking Joseph with these 2 political prisoners. Look, it's like Pharaoh got mad about what his baker did, whatever. But these men are 1 step away from Pharaoh, right? These are like people who work in the White House, got kicked in there, but they're in there for a few days, right? Joseph, you take care of everything having to do with these men. That lets us understand why you don't just go act a fool, trying to rage against the machine and against the man. You're hurting yourself, because this was an opportunity for him to really see, is this man innocent or not? Is he responsible? Does he get up before they get up and make sure they got up and get them on their regimen if they got to do work details or is he like, man, I don't have more work to do? What's his mindset? So it shows you this is how the Creator works. Creator, as they say, plays chess, not checkers. Checkers usually, okay, you're in front of me, I hop over you. It's very simple. Chess, I'll open things up 30 minutes ahead of time, like get you to slide your pieces out of the way and you not move things, and then I work my way in to do a checkmate half an hour later, right? And you don't see it. That's what the Creator's watching. He's a man who's meditating, and now, as we go through our chapter, the Creator then lets him feel that spiritual gift waking up in him, because these men have dreams and ambitions. You don't get to go to jail talking about that. I have dreams, right? You're supposed to be a tough man. But he says, hold on. He's starting to become like a social worker. Tell me what your dreams are, man. What did you really come in here for? And that changed their life. And it will change his, it says.
And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream, in one night. Each man according to the interpretation of his dream. The butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and saw them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his master's house, saying, wherefore look ye so sad today?
He's looking at their emotional state. He's emotionally intelligent, as they say today. Not just intelligent, but I can see you're sad. Yeah, obviously, duh, we're in prison. Like, of course we're sad. No, it's zoafim, meaning like they're looking like it's personal. Not, I'm afraid I'm sorry that I got caught doing something. Zoafim is like your face is just contorted, consternation on your face. What's going on? I want to know. I care. Just tell me. It's not a normal warden, this guy, it says.
And they said unto him, we have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And Joseph said unto them, do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell it me, I pray you.
Talking about the Creator.
And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph and said to him, in my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches. And as it was budding, its blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup. And I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, this is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Within yet 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head and restore thee unto thine office. And thou shalt give Pharaoh's cup into his hand after the former manner when thou wast his butler. But have me in thy remembrance when it shall be well with thee, and show kindness, I pray thee, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews. And here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon.
And so what he's saying is that it shows that, he's seeing dreams and visions of his own. He's realizing this could be my ticket out of here. 3 more days, we don't mess anything up. The person who hands a cup to a king is supposed to be the poison tester. So it's like what Nehemiah was. Like when Nehemiah said, I want to be a governor of my own people, like he could just say it. He could just ask. And then, the whole book of Nehemiah of us rebuilding a temple from that position. That's a very key position. If he says that this is not tainted food, no assassin's poison is in this food, it's trusted, Pharaoh trusts him. So if he breaks his trust, that's why he was sent to jail. But he's saying, look, here's my story. Maybe you'll actually take it seriously. I literally am doing honest time, and I'm a Hebrew, and I am not from this land. I would like to go home. Just remember, that's all I need you to do as a favor. They forget about it, as we know, but you could see that was what motivated him at that time, to stay focused in that prison. If I could talk to the right person who talks to the Pharaoh, I could be up out of here. It says,
when the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also saw in my dream, and behold, 3 baskets of white bread were on my head, and in the uppermost basket there was all manner of baked food for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. And Joseph answered and said, this is the interpretation thereof.
not all dreams are, some dreams are nightmares, basically.
The 3 baskets are 3 days. In yet 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree, and the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee.
That's very sad. You're about to be basically lynched. I'm sorry to say. But in 3 days, you're about to be lynched.
And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday,
Yom Huledet et Paro. That's where we get Yom Huledet from.
that he made a feast unto all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief butler and the head of the chief baker among his servants.
So it's like you and you. Come here.
And he restored the chief butler back unto his butlership. And he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker,
You lynched him.
as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him.
Hallelujah. Give thanks to God that he gave us all of these details of what our forefathers went through. Remember, a couple of things. So we have just a visual reminder of what happened in the portion so it sticks with you. I'm sure you have that map real quick, just to see the distance of where they were. Joseph sold in the caravan. There's Canaan, land of Israel, the promised land. Makes his way down deeper into Egypt through the Nile Delta, where he's with Potiphar and Pharaoh. That's a long distance away. Nobody would have thought he would even made it alive, even if he was taken out there, because as you see, it's desert. And you're not going to be sitting there comfortably in an air-conditioned bus. You're probably walking behind the camels on foot with your hands tied to a rope to see if you can make it to the slave mart, right? So they can get the weak and sick to die on the way, and they can get the most money off of the strong bucks. And they can also look lean and muscular. That's his life that we saw in this chapter. us going back into Africa again. You see that theme, right? Let's go back to the next slide here. And this is just two minutes, but here's I don't know if you can pinch the screen out a little bit. So you see this? Slavery being abolished, right? We kind of know in 1865, we had the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation, all that. Many people don't realize Brazil continued to go on and have slaves until 1888, right? Saudi Arabia, and that is true. That's why I just wanted to find an image that showed it. I found, to my surprise, just in recent weeks, Saudi Arabia, the Arabians, the Ishmaelites, Midianites, in 1962 was when they finally had a royal edict that said, okay, we're going to stop slave trading. 1962. And I thought, wait a minute, didn't Malcolm X, who we'll talk about in the afternoon, didn't he go to Saudi Arabia? That was 1964. Now, there was no internet. And of course, they're doing stuff in Arabic. But maybe that would have changed his mind about wanting to be in Arabia and being a Muslim praying in Arabic if you realize they were still actively, as a royal institution in Arabia, constantly enslaving people. And it was fully legal. You understand? It was because we were having our civil rights movement that made it really unpopular to still be talking about letting slaves go. While we were talking about let's have civil rights, like you're a century behind. That's something to keep in mind when we talk about what worldview should you have, and you're searching for religions in Islam, the true religion and things. Well, the facts say it right there. As much as you may or may not like American history, at least they were 100 years before Islamic history. And unfortunately, you saw Sudan. You guys remember Darfur?
Mm-hmm.
You were maybe in college, you were in high school, right? 2007. Obama, we had a black man as president in this country. You had, in the Muslim country of Sudan, brown versus black, right? Brown Sudanese would continue the slave trading of pure black Sudanese, right? And that became a civil war when they started to fight back from being enslaved. And that became a genocide. They just were like, all out, we'll kill you then. So it's just, that is what still goes on in the continent, that base level of slave trading. The last thing, though, is American slave trading, what we call here human trafficking. So we can recognize it. We have one more tab. You center and zoom out, center the text so it can kind of fill the width of it as much as we can, and just scoot it over a bit. So something important for our children. When we talk about stranger danger and stuff, it's not just, you want some candy, that's a simplistic 1970s version of it. Over 50% of human trafficking victims are children. Through telephone, on like texting, the internet, friends at the mall, after school programs. Keep going up. Center. An estimated 300,000 children under 18 are currently being trafficked in armed conflicts worldwide. And as you can see, a lot of it, unfortunately, we have to say these things for our children to understand, it's sexual. So when you hear people in schools talking about it so much, gender and sex and sexuality, those are things that are meant to get you to be used to it. Be on guard when you hear people talking like that, because they're trying to pull you away from your family and to get you to engage in activities that are ungodly, and then they got you in their system. It says 1 in 4 victims of modern slavery, talking about worldwide, are children. Talking about agriculture, construction, domestic work, and manufacturing. Again, we're talking about in the world. So yes, it is illegal in most countries, but it still goes on the street level. Now, here we see people who are in forced labor. We are in the African context a lot of times in America, but we got to think about our Latino brothers and sisters out there. When they come here and they're picking fruits and things, what their version of slavery often looks like here in America is, let's say they got into Alabama. You don't want to show up for work. You don't like the pay. You say you're a woman and you've been mistreated by the guy who runs the farm. Would you like me to dial 911 and get ice on you now or tomorrow? Or you show up and get back to work? or I just deal with you right here on the farm. Get back out there. That's a reality. It's more in the Spanish-speaking communities, but that is a forced labor that goes on in this country. We have to be aware of everybody's struggle. And then finally, it says, keep going, because it showed the states. Most human trafficking in the United States occurs in California, Texas, and Florida. And unfortunately, women largely are brought into what they show strip clubs, sorry to say it, peep shows, touch shows, massage parlors. When you see those little things, that's what it looks like. And that's unfortunately where they want to pull in women. I think there's just one more thing that I can close in. Here we go. I think it's right there. You see that methods on the left? Scoot down a bit. Scoot down a little more. Okay. Right there. How do these people get into the system? 51%, what was it? Showed romantic interest. This is very important. The female version of this is happening now more than the male. We're used to the old school, I'll beat you down and get on my plantation, more male-centered. Slavery and trafficking. But what they will do is, this is for the women who get out of it. They said, how did you get in? It was a guy who said he'd be my boyfriend. He's going to give me my own phone. My parents don't understand me, so I can live with him. That's 51%. And you look cute and you look like you're an adult. You're 17, but you look like you're 22. The next version of that was seeking financial support. He will pay my bills. He will do this for me. He'll give me my car. So if you start seeing or you hear your friends saying, I'm getting all this stuff from my boyfriend, understand that's right there, 2/3 of how these daughters get pulled in. Because once you are with me for a night, I can lock that door, take the keys out of your pocket, you're asleep, you have nothing, and I just gave you my phone, threw your phone in the garbage. Your family has no way of finding you. And unfortunately, this is how you end up missing and exploited. So we have to just learn why you cannot have your brothers and sisters just hate each other because, you're going to rat things out to mom and dad. You guys got to look out for each other because this land is like the land of Canaan. And if you're just standing around, somebody will move in on you. The male version, finally, is when you get into a gang. And if it's not, that may be like that here in this part of Charlotte, some parts of Charlotte it is. You are not affiliated with a gang. You're basically, if you're not with us, you're against us. So you better join us, but there's no way out. So if we tell you to do something, you don't do it, we have a way to answer that problem, right? There's no out. There is put a hit out on you because you could rat us out to the cops. That ends up meaning you're doing labor and committing crime as a slave. We just don't think of it like that because we're thinking of Jim Crow laws and KKK, but you are now a slave of that gang. And if they find that you are not on duty and you did not show up, did not do a drop off, when they said to drop it off and they find you again, they're wiping you out. So we have to understand that's black people, unfortunately, doing it to black people, right? On both the male and the female front, we got to stand up against it. We know about it in our distant families and things. People have done it, but let's make sure we apply that Torah and never allow it to be said that we don't look out for each other when we see these warning signs. Thank you all for allowing me to teach this portion this day. We ask that you would even rise up as we ask the Creator's blessing from our Kohen this afternoon.
Hallelujah. Torah Rabba Misharaite for teaching of the portion today. Sidrah, WaYeshev. May the Holy One of Israel add a special blessing unto the same, as I would say the words of the blessing found in Numbers, the 6th chapter and the 24th verse. Hallelujah. Yivarekcha Yehovah wa yishmarecha. Ya'ir Yehovah panayo alecha vechunecha. Yisa Yehovah panayo alecha v'yasem lecha shalom. May Yehovah bless thee and keep thee. May Yehovah cause his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. May Yehovah lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Hallelujah. Yaaqov. Selah. Shabbat shalom lechem. 3:30. Okay, we will resume our services this afternoon at 3:30. Hallelujah.
Let the call begin. Hallelujah. 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 All praise be to Yah Yisrael, creator and maker of heaven and earth, who has blessed us with life this day, even allowing us to enjoy our Arukhat Zohoraim, even our lunch, praying that he's been with all of your families, those that have been here and those online as well, and that Yah continually blesses us throughout the rest of the Shabbat day. Even at this time as we sing of Yah's great wondrous works found on page 17 in our prayer books. The heavens declare it, the glory is thine, the earth and its beauty shows honor divine. Our Yah, the creator of everything, to thee we lift up our voices and will sing of the might of Yah, Yah of Avraham. Yitzchak's Yah, the Yah of Israel. He maketh darkness light, war and calm. Of thy wondrous works we'll tell, and when we do falter, we'll cry unto thee. For lo, when thou hearest, thy mercies will see. Thou sendest thine angel to show us the way. To thee we send out our praises and will pray. Sing of the might of Yah, Yah of Avraham. Yitzchak's Yah, the Yah of Israel. He maketh darkness light, war and calm. Of thy wondrous works we'll tell. Sing of the might of Yah, Yah of Avraham. Yitzchak's Yah, the Yah of Israel. He maketh darkness light, war and calm. Of thy wondrous works we'll tell. Hallelujah. Modim Rabbi Melecha, Yehovah Zevaot, even the creator and maker of heaven and earth. Yehovah Zevaot is thy name. We are thankful unto thee, Yah Yisrael, for all of thy many blessings. For it is you, Yah, who has granted even thy children, Yisrael, even those that you have chosen, descendant of Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaaqov, even to be a light unto the nations. We are thankful unto thee, Yah, that you have even blessed us with health this day, that you have even blessed us with every breath in which we take before thee, great King. Bavakwa Yah, we are even thankful unto thee for food, clothing, and shelter. It is you, Yah, who has even blessed us with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. It is you, Yah, whose hand has even gone before us to allow us to go out to and fro, even to arriving to our destinations in perfect peace. We ask, Yah, that you may even be with our homes, even while we are away, and that you may continually guard them and protect them, even with thy ministering angels. Bavakwa Yah, may you even continually send out thy malachim, even to protect us, even from the plague that you have put within the earth. Bavakwa Yah, for you are even spreading out thy judgments near and far throughout the four corners, Yah. May you even be merciful unto the children of Israel. Bavakwa Salak Lanu, Lekol Katotenu, Aonotenu, Apishaenu, all of our sins and iniquities that we have done before thee, those that we have done knowingly and those that we have done unknowingly, Yah. Bavakwa, may you even be merciful unto us. Bavakwa Yah, may you even put a special ruach upon us this day, even all of us that are keeping even thy law, even the Shabbat day you have commanded from the very beginning. Bavakwa Yah, allow us to continue to grow in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Allow us to grow, Yah, even in humility and love and in peace. Allow us, Yah, to have unity reign amongst us once again. May you even put out a special spirit, Yah, even upon all of the leaders of Israel, allowing them all to come together even under one banner, even thy high and holy name, Yehovah Zevaot. Bavakwa Yah, may you continually awaken the tribes, even all of the 12 that you have called forth, even from the loins of Yaaqov. Bavakwa Yah, allow us to even serve our purpose, to even step into our might and our glory, even the destiny that you have put before us all. Yah, Bavakwa, continually dwell with us throughout the remainder of this day. Allow us, Yah, to continually grow even in thy knowledge and thy understanding. And allow us, Yah, to receive thy motivation, even the great influence that we need, Yah, to take us through this next week. May you protect our lives so that we may even see yet another Shabbat day, even in the week to come. All praise be unto thee, Yehovah Elohim. From now until forevermore, we shall praise thy high and holy name. Hallelujah! 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 Kaya! 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 Selah. O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahuwah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Le'olam Wa'ed. O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahuwah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Le'olam Wa'ed. Hallelujah. This time you all may please be seated, even as we move into our psalm service. Thanking Yah Yisrael for the life of all of our young ones that are here this day, our young sons and our young daughters. Thanking Yah that he's put a spirit on you all to even stand in the stead of some of the older brothers that would be here on the Tofim, but you all are doing a great job and continually grow in that skill that Yah has granted you all. At this time, we will have 4 people leading us in the Psalms for the day, those Psalms being 79, 121, 124, and 148. For our first 2 psalmists, we will have some of our family online lead us in those psalms, and when you are called, you can read through the whole psalm by yourself. So if we could all please welcome to even lead us in Psalm 79 on Zoom, even Ima Roshona. Hallelujah. They're going to ask you to unmute in just 1 second, Ima. Okay, and we're going to unmute you under Albuquerque. Ima. You can ask him one more time. Yeah, he did it again. Kane, under the account Albuquerque, asking you to unmute. There you go.
Shabbat Shalom Hakol.
Shabbat Shalom, Lak.
Oh, it is a blessing to be here this Shabbat day, to come before you to read this psalm to the Most High. I'm so thankful to be alive today, and it's a true blessing. And I'm thankful to the Most High for his loving kindness, for his forgiving ways, and for his mercy. Blessed be the name of the Most High God.
Hallelujah.
The 79th Psalm. O Yah, the heathen are coming to thine inheritance. They have defiled thy holy temple. They have made Jerusalem into heaps. They have given the dead bodies of thy servants to be food unto the fowls of the heavens, the flesh of thy saints unto the beasts of the earth. They have shed their blood like water round about Jerusalem, with none to bury them. We are become a taunt to our neighbors, a scorn and derision to them that are round about us. How long, O Yah, will thou be angry forever? How long will thy jealousy burn like fire? Pour out thy wrath upon the nations that know thee not, and upon the kingdoms that call not upon thy name. For they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his habitation. Remember not against us the iniquities of our forefathers. Let thy compassion speedily come to meet us, for we are brought very low. Help us, O Yah, of our salvation, for the sake of thy glory, for the sake of the glory of thy name, and deliver us and forgive our sins for thy name's sake. Wherefore should the nations say, where is their God? Let the vengeance of thy servants' blood that is shed be made known among the nations in our sight. Let the groanings of the prisoner come before thee, according to the greatness of thy power. Set free those that are appointed to death, and render unto our neighbors sevenfold unto their bosom their reproach wherewith they have reproached thee, O Yah. So we that are thy people and the flock of thy pasture will give thee thanks forever. We will tell of thy praise to all generations. With that, I would like to say Shabbat Shalom Hakol.
Hallelujah. Shabbat Shalom, Lak. Torah Rabah for leading us in that psalm, beautifully read, and may Yah continually give you a special blessing in your household as well. At this time, to lead us in Psalms 121, also on Zoom, if we could all please welcome Ima Mutzara. Hallelujah. Kane, try it again. I think Kane, they're about to unmute you, Ima. Try it one more time. Kane, they've asked you to unmute. If you see the button on your side of the screen. Ima Muzara. Hit the button again. Quite sure they're asking the right account. So to lead us in Psalms 121, if we could all please welcome Bakora Atikwa Bat Akh Tayel Ben Lewi. To lead us in Psalms 121.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Lak. Maybe I'll share it for you.
Psalms 21. I will lift up my eyes unto the mountains, from whence shall my help come?
My help cometh from Yehovah, who made heaven and earth.
He will not suffer thy foot to be moved, he that keepeth thee will not slumber.
Behold, he that keepeth Yisrael doth neither slumber nor sleep.
The Lord is thy keeper, the Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand.
The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night.
The Lord shall keep thee from all evil, he shall keep thy soul.
Jehovah shall guard thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and forever. You have any words? You can face the people.
Thank you for this opportunity to let me say this song. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Toda Rabah. Thank you for leading us in that psalm, and may Yah even bless you and your household as well. To lead us in Psalms 124, if we could all please welcome Bakur Naim, Ben Akh Yirmeyahu, Ben Naphtali, Ben Yisrael.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Leka.
Psalms 124. A song of ascents of David. If it had not been Yehovah who was for us, let Israel now say.
If it had not been Yehovah who was for us, when men rose up against us,
Then they have swallowed us up alive, when their wrath was kindled against us.
then the waters had overwhelmed us, the stream had gone over our soul.
Then the proud waters have gone over our soul.
Blessed be Yehovah, who has not given us as a prey to their teeth.
Our soul is escaped as a bird out of the snare of the fowlers. The snare is broken and we are escaped.
Our help is in the name of Yehovah, who made heaven and earth.
Hallelujah. Today, that we can be alive this day, that we can all sit here and listen to these psalms because they all give a message that you need to hear. And it might be a life message or not. It's just a message that you have to hear and that can process in your brain so you can do what that message says. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Toda Rabah, young man, for that wisdom. Goodly words must run in the blood for the Naphtalites. Thank you, Naeem, for that. All right, so to lead us, family, for Psalms 120 or 148, once again, if we could all welcome Imam Mutzara. Hallelujah. Shabbat Shalom, Lak.
And I thought I had it, but I messed up. But anyway, giving all praises to the Creator of heaven and earth.
Amen.
For this day and for your lives and my life. My spirit was touched today by the Maftir's portion and the words that he had said.
Amen.
And it resonated with me. And I give all glory and honor to the Creator for all things and everything.
Amen.
The 148th Psalm. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Praise ye Yehovah from the heavens. Praise him from the heights. Praise him, all ye angels. Praise him, all his host. Praise him, sun and moon. Praise him, all you stars of light. Praise him, ye heavens of the heavens, and ye waters that are above the heavens. Let them praise the name of Yehovah, for he commanded, and they were created. He have also established them forever and ever. He have made a decree which shall not be transgressed. Praise Yehovah from the earth, you see monsters and all deeds, fire, hail, snow and vapor, stormy winds fulfilling his work, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and winged fowl, kings of the earth and all peoples, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maiden, all men and children. Let them praise the name of Yehovah, for his name alone is exalted. His glory is above the earth and heaven, and he have lifted up a horn for his people, a praise for all his saints. even for the children of Israel, a people near unto him. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Again, giving all praises and honor to the creator of heaven and earth. And let us remember that all of our help coming from Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Toda Rabbi Ima once again for those words, and may Yah even give you a special blessing, and all of the psalmists that read a psalm this day. May Yah even bless you and your households. And definitely right before we get into our song service, just real quickly, for those that might not have been here in the morning, I don't know for our family that was online, but there was some Aish being given out this morning. I was sitting in my seat. I just feel my spirit just bubbling up, starting off with the Maftir, Akh Yirmeyahu. I mean, he came out in a blaze of glory. I mean, Yah truly gave him some great words today. And I just want us to say Toda Rabah once again, and may that mission that he even started that day off with, very powerful, that they do not go on deaf ears. And then, of course, right behind him, even the great Misharaite, Yaaqov Dan, with the teaching of the Sidrah WaYeshev, dropping some bombs as well. I mean, I look forward to sitting there and getting fed, and today I definitely am coming out the nose with it almost. You know, like our ancestors in the wilderness, you got that quail just coming out your nose. That's how I feel today. It was beautiful. May Yah bless both of you and everybody who comes up here to give those goodly words to inspire and to motivate the children of Israel. Hallelujah. If we could all please stand, even as we will sing about causing Israel to stand, found on page 76 in our prayer books. I'm letting the young men get their line up together. Amen. Hallelujah. Here are we, Yah, because of thy goodness. For our souls we commit to thy hand. Help us, please, for thou promised our fathers, thou wouldst once more cause Israel to stand. Thou would help us to stand in thy glorious name. Thou would help us to stand and erase all our shame. Send thy mercy and light forth throughout all the land by the power of thy promise, Yah, cause Israel to stand. We had thought that our Yah had forgotten as we prayed in the enemy's land, but he sent forth the angel of courage. So he gave us the spirit to stand. Thou would help us to stand in thy glorious name. Thou would help us to stand and erase all our shame. Send thy mercy and light forth throughout all the land by the power of thy promise, Yah, cause Israel to stand. We had thought that our Yah had forgotten as we prayed in the enemy's land, but he sent forth the angel of courage. So he gave us the spirit to to stand. Thou would help us to stand in thy glorious name. Thou would help us to stand and erase all our shame. Send thy mercy and light forth throughout all the land by the power of thy promise, Yah. Cause Israel to stand. Hallelujah. While we are all still standing, if we could all even please welcome even the leader of this community, Aharon ben Levi ben Yisrael, for the afternoon portion. Hallelujah. 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 Yokai. Yokai. Yokai.
Shabbat Shalom, family. Please be seated. Shalom to the family online. Bring all praises, honor, and glory to Yah Yisrael, Power of the universe. Thanking him for my life, the lives of all of you, our families, our loved ones near and far, and throughout the four corners of the earth. I'm very grateful to stand before you. It's my honor to stand before you, and I pray that I can follow the acts that have come before me. Some tough competition out here. I wouldn't call it competition, but you know what I mean. So may God bless us all and continue this day till the sun goeth down. So first we're going to have a question and answer period as time is waning down very quickly. Anyone can ask a question, anyone can answer a question. We only ask that in the event of a controversy that the final decision will rest up here amongst the men that study with me, not because we know more, but because we want to maintain order on the Holy Shabbat day. The question and answer period is now open. We invite our family online to put your questions in the chat so we can get to them very quickly. We're going to move through this question and answer period very quickly because there's a lot going on. Okay, so question and answer period is now open. Any hands in the room? I see a hand over here. Do we have a mic person? Okay, grab the mic, please, and take it over to the brother. Okay, family online, please put your questions in as soon as you can. Torah Service.
Shabbat Shalom. So my question is, why doesn't it talk about Dinah anymore in the Tanakh?
Why don't they talk about her anymore? Because she was just a small part of history, and that was all that they gave us. So the Most High gave Moses the law, and that's all he wrote. Okay, but there's still a lot of lessons to learn in that portion, so we can talk about that, the lessons that we learned from that, okay, even though it was a very short portion, okay? Thank you for your question. Anyone else? Okay. We'll go a couple more minutes, seconds, I should say, and then we'll move on. Okay. So we have one question again. It's getting rare, but becoming more common. So what's going on? Do we have one? I see something just popped up. Do have a question online?
From Eliav, Tavia posted a question from him. Why does Yah test us if he knows what's going to happen?
He wants to see if we know what's going to happen. He knows what's going to happen, but he wants to see if we're going to make the right decisions. He gives us choices, and he expects us to make the right choices. But if we don't, then he's going to come in, and the time of judgment stands before us, Eliav. So you and all the other young men and daughters have to understand that the tests are there so that you can stay in the correct path and to make sure that you do. And if you didn't have the test, how would the Most High know whether you're going to do the right thing? You may say, well, he already knows, but he may use you as a lesson for the rest of us. So you want to be a positive lesson, and you want to be a positive influence. So for that reason, you're going to be tested, and I suggest you always try to make the right choice. Okay? I hope I answered your question. Any more online, or we can move on? Okay, so that's it. None in the room. Okay, family, what's going on? I tell you, the brothers talked about it this morning. There's a lot going on, and if we don't keep our wits about us, we're going to get caught up in the storm. So, I don't normally do this, but do you want to know what my best moment was this week? Watching the faces of those guys when the judge read those guilty verdicts. Finally, I mean, we knew what was going to happen with Chauvin, but this one with Chauvin, whatever his name is, that killed our brother George Floyd. But this one was a little scary because the judge was really taking a lot of time and effort to help out the defense. So, but when I tell you, I almost said a word I shouldn't say. I'll just say Lavanim, there's something else. And it just goes to show you how much animosity and hatred they have some of them have towards us, especially in the South. I mean, they didn't say it in the trial. You didn't hear it much, but they were calling them colored. Now, when was the last time that word was used? You calling a black man colored? Well, we already know he had a what do you call flag, a Confederate flag on his car, so that was a bad sign. And I don't know if you all heard, they wouldn't let it in the trial. They wouldn't put it into evidence, but he called them the N-word while he was on the ground dead. But keep in mind, some of you may not know this, there's a federal case against them. They never brought up race in this state criminal case, but there's a federal case about I forgot the charges, but it's about it was a racially motivated incident. So it's they get tried on that, I think in January or February. So it's not over for them. And they haven't been sentenced yet. So we don't know what's going to happen. And you may not also know that there were 2 districts of attorney that passed the case on and said, oh, there's no case here, we're not going to charge them, because the daddy was good friends with the district attorney. And so he called her up the night that the son killed him, they all killed him, and was trying to get a hold of her because he wanted to get his case and, get his little bit in there. And so there was a lot of conspiracy going on. As a matter of fact, that DA is now being charged. She's been indicted for relinquishing her duties because the cops wanted to arrest him, and she told them not to arrest him. So now she's being charged. So there's a lot more going on in this case than meets the eye, and hopefully they'll all get what's coming to them. Okay? Why are they late? I think we have to see if we can come back, family. Y'all have to use those fingers quicker than that. Bavakasha. We don't want to, we have to try to come back to that. We tried to give you an opportunity, family, so we have to move on. So we'll try to come back. Okay. Get a mic so the family online can hear you, please.
Shabbat Shalom. Mainly with juror number 12. They tried to say the juror was sleeping or something during the
yeah.
What would have been the consequence, or what did they do in that case? Or I guess what were they trying to do about juror number 12? I guess.
I don't know. No, I don't know who juror 12 was. If that was, I think it was a female. Yeah. So it wasn't the only black juror. The only black juror was a male. what would have happened if your juror is sleeping, she can't hear the evidence. She's missing stuff. But apparently she was taking a little short cat nap. She wasn't asleep. She wasn't asleep enough that they would remove her. But keep in mind that they had 3 alternate jurors that sat through the whole trial. So anytime that the trial is still going on, they could swap her out for another juror because they had 3 alternates in the event that somebody gets sick, somebody has a death in their family. So they always have alternate jurors. In the Rittenhouse case, they actually had 6 alternate jurors that they removed. And when he was pulling those numbers out, he was pulling out the numbers for the jurors that would not go into deliberation. Okay? And even if somebody gets sick in deliberation and have to leave, the alternates could be pushed. One of them can be moved in, and they would just start the deliberations all over so that person could catch up. Okay, so there was no real issue there. But if you know, it was probably Goff, the attorney for Brian. That was the guy that was in the black truck that was chasing him and leading him into the father and son tag team murderers. And he just kept bringing up the fact that there were that there were preachers around and all of this other stuff because he wanted a mistrial. He's putting all of this on the record so that they can try to get a mistrial or they can get the verdict overturned, because I think they knew they were going to get convicted. After Travis got up there, it was a done deal because she trapped him so many times. If y'all could just watch the cross-examination of him, you'll see that he knew he was done. He actually knew he was done. Kane Moray, you have a question? You want a comment? You want to add to that?
Shabbat Shalom. The one with the bad haircut, he was a cameraman. Why was he?
Who was the bad haircut? Who?
One of the Lavanim, not the son or the father, the other one. I think he took the video.
Oh, with the bone, the bowl cut.
Yeah. Why was he convicted as well?
He didn't get malice murder. He didn't get malice murder because that was only one that got malice murder. The first charge was the son because he thought about he did it with malice, his frame of mind. The other one, what happens in a case like that, which she did give an excellent analogy of that, is if 3 guys go to rob a bank. The one that goes in the bank, the 2 that go in the bank, only one shoots the teller or the bank. Yeah, right. They get charged with murder. The person who came in the bank with them to get charged with murder, and the getaway car guy gets charged with murder because they all acted in unison, and they might not have been able to commit that crime if he wasn't there to get them away. You see what I'm saying? So they can connect you, but they have different levels of murder, felony murder, and different things that they have different. That's why they break it down into very, very small, minute definitions so that you will fit in one of them. And he fit in one of them, and that's how they convicted him. So he got charged with murder, but he got charged, I think, like the 3rd murder case down, the 3rd murder charge down. He didn't get the first 2. Based on his participation, but they still got him for murder, which they wanted. He could do the same amount of time as them, or he could do a little less time than them. But they're going to be in there for a long, long time. I don't see this judge giving them too much leniency based on the charges. And there's so many different convictions that they got. They're all murder, but it's because one was murder when they tried to trap him. One was murder when they tried to shoot him and they missed. Don't forget, he shot him and he missed. So he gets charged with that. It's a lot of different charges that they have against them. And it's so unusual, because when we look at our brothers who just got off from, and that's part of what's going on, the fact that they got off. And I mean, these brothers that did 40 years and 30 years on no evidence, and they did all of this time, and yet our brother, these people, you got to dot every I and cross every T in order to make sure that you get them convicted. I mean, it's a different day and time, but let's face it, and at least in recent history, a lot of cops have gotten off with murdering our brothers for these minor little charges. We don't even want to talk about George Zimmerman back in Florida, who's stand your ground law. They changed that law right then and there after that. Yeah, they changed the law in Georgia about this civil arrest. You know, so anybody could walk up to anybody and just arrest them because they think they did something. It's crazy. And those cases, all those trials were against us. They got rid of slavery, and they instituted the prison system so that they can still get the free labor. We're all criminals. All right, don't get me started. All right. Somebody's trying to get in the front door, brothers. I just got a text. We on lockdown in here, family. Look again. That was sent about 6 minutes ago. Excuse me. Get a mic, please, so the family can hear you. I want to move on to the next item, so let's have your question quickly. Shlika.
Shabbat Shalom. Just a quick question. I don't know if you know the answer to this question. How long did the state of Georgia, I can't remember what county they were.
74 days.
74 days before they actually made an arrest after the young man was murdered.
Right.
Wow.
Well, he almost got away with it. They almost got away with it, but they told that story when they were doing when they were doing the closing arguments. And what happened was the mother, the district attorney wouldn't do anything. So she passed it on to another district attorney who was friends with some of these people, and he refused to do it. And so they said that the mother prayed until she got put out of office. So she got voted out of office. They got a new district attorney that came into office, and then they started investigating, because they let all of this stuff go. It's amazing that they had the evidence. Now, the crazy thing was, if it wasn't for Brian, the third defendant, they would have never had that video. Without that video, that case would have been a whole different situation. Just like Michael Brown and all these other ones that weren't videotaped, there's no way that they would have gotten a conviction. So, I mean, it's amazing that he was foolish enough, but that's Yah's hand to make him do that. And then he turned it in because he thought that he was justified.
They thought it was going to exonerate them.
Right, he thought he was going to get away with it, but I don't know what he was thinking. So, Todah Yah for the foolishness of the killers. And then all the statements they made afterwards, and the thing was, and they made written statements, they made verbal statements. When they were interviewed, they never mentioned citizens' arrest. They never mentioned that they thought he was the person that was doing the damage. So they couldn't even go back. So when he was being cross-examined, when Travis was being cross-examined, and they were asking him, "Did you ever say citizens' arrest?" He couldn't say yes because it wasn't in the record. He didn't have it. So he couldn't lie on the stand about the fact that he never brought it up. So yeah, he should have never gotten on the stand. That didn't help him. But I guess he thought that without going on the stand, he would have definitely gotten convicted. So he made it easy for them to convict him. But all of these cases are not going to go like this. Don't think that this is going to change history. This is not going to change anything. So people, keep your cameras ready. Know how to get to videotape fast enough, and try to stay away from danger, because danger will find you. You don't have to be looking for it. Not in this country. Okay, so let's move on. I got a whole lot of stuff here. Okay, so let me move down to... Okay, where's Moray? I need you. I sent you a video a couple of days ago about an armored car. Did you get that? While you're looking for that, I'm going to talk about this this guy that ran over these people in this parade in Wisconsin. He killed 6 people. He looked like a nut job. I mean, I don't know if y'all saw him, but he had all kinds of stuff. He had just tried to run over the baby mama, and they let him out of jail for $1,000 bond. And so he was on the streets, and I don't know why he did what he did. He was probably mental, but he's going to be in a mental prison because they're not going to let him out. Here's another sad one. I'm going to bring this up now and get it out of the way. First, I want to go back to last week. Gaver Biafia had asked a question, and I kind of glossed over it with regard to Rittenhouse. You mentioned something about civil cases. Well, yeah, they can have civil. Anybody can bring a civil case. You know, you don't even have to have a good justifiable reason to bring a civil case. So anybody could sue anybody. That doesn't mean that you're going to get any damages. Now, what will happen is the families are going to sue him for civil damages and try, because the level of proof is not as high as beyond a reasonable doubt. So if they can get him under a lesser charge, not necessarily a charge because it's a civil case, but a degree of evidence that they might need, they can still sue. That doesn't mean they'll win. Now, he's not somebody that has any money, but it's possible that he may get money because he could write a book, he could do a movie, and so if they get a judgment against him, they just have to sit on that judgment, and then they could wait until he gets some type of wealth, and then they would be absolutely entitled to it. But those cases are they're definitely going to sue. Like I said, anybody could sue, but they may win on certain cases, depends on who's on the jury. Because the jury is what matters more than anything else. If they're sympathetic to the victims, and then in that case, you know, and in that particular case, they wouldn't even allow them to call them victims in the criminal case. They had to call them rioters. So if they can be portrayed as victims, there may be a possibility that they can get some type of damages. Okay? Okay, can we get a mic back there to her? She wants to make a point. Let's move it. I got to get one chapter history in before I turn it over to history to Yaaqov. Go ahead.
So on the federal piece, I don't know if you noticed or not, but on the federal piece, I understand what you were saying last week about the two states having some sort of agreement about carrying weapons.
Yeah, reciprocity.
Reciprocity. But as far as his age is concerned, of like when it happened,
right?
Wouldn't that be considered, I guess, on the parental side, negligence to a minor? I forgot what they call it.
Yeah, contributing to the delinquency. Well, they didn't charge him, and they didn't charge the mother. So,
but she could be charged if they.
Well, they could come back and charge her later because she was never charged, so it wouldn't be considered double jeopardy. But still, if they were going to do it, they should have done it at that time. So I doubt if they're going to pursue that. Okay. Can we move on now? All right, family. The time is moving fast. Did you find that video yet, Moray? It should be in your emails. Okay, I'm going to tell you another sad story that happened this past week. A pregnant woman from Philadelphia was shot and killed. She was 7 months pregnant while unloading her baby shower gifts. Somebody rolled up on her and just killed her, I guess, for the baby shower gifts. Killed her and the baby. This happened in Philadelphia. Craziness. I got to write this stuff down because so much stuff happens in a week you can't even remember it all. Okay, so we had a bunch of blacks get off from incarceration. They were exonerated because of bad evidence against them. They were actually innocent. So you had one black man who served 42 years, and he got off this week. They just let him out of jail. And then another one was 16 years for an accused rape of an author. And, you know, whenever it's, what do they call it, racial, when you have a black and a white, there's always, whichever way it goes, it's always a lot of misidentification. So she identified him, and he had to do 16 years before they realized it wasn't him. And then we had the men from the Malcolm X murders. Both of them got exonerated. They've been already out of jail, but they just got their cases squashed. One of them wasn't even still alive. He'd already passed away. There were 3 men arrested. Only one of them is still in jail. He admitted that he did it. And, he's out, but he admitted that he's the only one that did it, and the other 2 guys were falsely accused. But they sat on this information between the feds and the New York City District Attorney's Office, who handled the case. They said they botched it up real bad. But, that's why for our people, you can be innocent and still do some serious time. So that's why you got to live right, make sure you be in the right place at the right time, and pray that the Creator is merciful, because we can't even talk about all of our foreparents who are hanged for something they didn't do. Forget about the transatlantic. I mean, just so many different things of abuse and the violence that we've suffered. We have to really try to, if we know this power, this Creator, we have to really try to serve him so that we will be the few that escape, because everybody's not going to escape. I mean, we already know that. Did you see the one where they, yeah, I showed you that. But I sent you something very early in the week, Amore. The money grab, yeah. What would you do? All right, watch this, family. Can they see that online? Let's start it over, get it on so the family can see it. It's not on the video. You have to start it over because I see myself on this thing. Can we see that? Okay. So this armored truck, his doors flew open, and everybody got out of their cars.
Pick up the cash, I think.
Now they're not showing the where's the one with all the money. That's not even the one. There was a lot more money out there that I saw than.
There's a Brinks truck over there.
People were stopping, grabbing the money.
Wow, you make a lot of money.
Now you got to ask yourselves, what would you do?
This is super dangerous. Everybody's just out of the car to get out money.
Yeah, so what they were doing was they were trying to find these people that stole this money. And if you stopped and pulled your car over, you left your license plate on, and they got this video, you know.
$5?
They probably won't find a lot of them.
How does this happen?
They're in the middle. No, there was a lot of money. They're not showing what I saw. I got this video, but it's not the one with, I mean, the money was, when I talk, it looked like snow. You saw that? It looked like snow outside. This is not the right video that I gave him. This is not the one I sent you, is it?
Part of the turnpike.
Okay. There's an accident.
This is on the New Jersey highway. All right, that's enough. This is not showing the real deal. So family, you got to ask yourselves, what would you do? You know there's a law about this, right? This is the test, Eliab. That's one of the tests that you know to walk away. It says the Most High is not yours, you don't touch it. It's not, what do they call it?
Finders keepers.
Finders keepers, losers weepers. That's not in our Torah. This is a better one? All right, let's move it quickly, please, because I got to get to it. Yeah, see that? That's the one where the girl was throwing the money up in the air.
Authorities want it back.
Quiet, family. Please keep it down.
Yes, CHP is asking people to return money here that collected it off the freeway.
San Diego Freeway. This is the one.
Chaotic scene on the 5.
Social media influencer Demi Bagby shared this
All
video
over the
throwing
place.
money in the air
after bags of cash fell all over 5 North Freeway and parts of 5 South near Cannon Boulevard exit.
Sad. They think they hit the lottery. And then they going on camera.
Sergeant Curtis Martin with the
That's
California
nerve.
Highway Patrol says at 9:15
All right, Maury, that's enough. All right, family. Search your hearts. Okay. All right, back. Sleek eye, back to the service. Sleek eye. Okay, so that's the brother that served 42 years that we just saw. Okay, so we got another problem out in California. They were going into the pharmacies and stealing. Now they're going into the jewelry stores and the high end, the snatch and grab people that have gone and breaking into Louis Vuitton and all of these big high end stores in California, smashing up the glass and running off with all of the stuff. They got a serious problem in California. San Francisco, and mostly San Francisco, but some of the other cities of California, the people are going mad over there, and I hope that it doesn't come east. Of course it's Israelites. Are you kidding me? 100% Israelites. They got on masks and everything, but they walk like Israelites. They move like Israelites. You know your people when you see them. They don't care what they wear. Yeah, this is, and I mean, they had a group of like 50 guys that went in and smashed up these counters. And you got that on video, Touche? No, we're not going to do a long one because I got to get started. This is what they're doing in California, family. Yeah, flash mob robberies.
Crackdown authorities
They got to get these people. They're making us
growing increasingly concerned after a wave of what they call smash and grab robberies. Groups of people swarming stores, Nordstrom's and other high-end stores, and then making off with thousands of dollars worth of goods. Here's ABC's Kaylee Hartung with the images tonight.
Tonight, a rash of smash and grab thefts targeting retailers around the country, just as the holiday shopping season picks up. In California, the Bay Area suddenly seeing mobs of people ambushing stores.
A lot of them are going in there, grabbing as much merchandise as they can and getting away.
Over the weekend in Walnut Creek, 80 thieves storming a Nordstrom. Some even assaulting employees before they ran out with merchandise in hand to getaway cars.
Probably saw 50.
They caught a few of them.
And like ski masks, crowbars, like a bunch of weapons.
And in San Francisco, more than $1 million in merchandise was stolen after as many
It's
as 100
ridiculous.
people rushed several stores, including this Louis Vuitton.
Look, I have no sympathy, no empathy whatsoever. People smashing and grabbing, stealing people's items, creating havoc and terror on our streets.
Tonight, the governor lashing out at the recent spate of crimes.
We want real accountability. We want people prosecuted, and we want people to feel safe.
Okay, you can turn that off, Aki. Now this is what made the situation worse. Before they started doing the smash and grabs, they were just going into the Walgreens and they were taking stuff off the shelves, and they would let them do it. There's a law, and the laws in California say if it's not over $300 or $400, don't stop them. Just let them take it. So now they boosted. They making it even less likely because they boosted it up to $950. You're saying so that means if they only taking $100 worth of merchandise, just let them take it and they watch them walk out the store. That's the California law. Whereas you come to go to Walmart's and take something for $10, they're going to be waiting for you at the front of the store. So this is the problem that we're having with the laws that they're creating for our people to make it convenient for them to steal. Not that it's right, but if you're going to give them a license to take the stuff, they're going to take it because they don't want to go out and get a job. So let's move on. I've done enough of that. I can't go any further. It's depressing. So this is what's happening in our world today. Just pay attention to what's going on. I'm going to try to stay away from politics till we get into the history. Okay, so this is really upset the Naphthalite up here. And he can't handle people doing the wrong thing. All right, so we're going to get into the history. Let's get started. We're going into 2 Samuel, family. And I doubt if I'm going to have time to go back to those questions. I just want to caution the family online. When I say question and answer period is now open, you need to put your questions in. Please put your questions in as quickly as possible so that we can address them. But if you wait until I pass and go into the next segment, it's going to be very difficult to turn around and go back. So I do apologize for that. But please, again, take advantage of the opportunity when it arises. Toda Rabbah. So I'm going to try to get through a chapter if there's any time left. And it's possibly there could be, and we can go back and answer your questions. So don't leave us because you didn't get your question answered, because we may still have time to answer it later, okay? That's it here. So let's get into it. We're going into 2 Samuel. And I believe we're at the 15th chapter. I just want to make sure. 17. Hold on. No, we went past that. Let me see. That was the last chapter we did.
Yeah,
No, that's where we are.
Hey, that's chapter 17 where Achitophel kills himself.
No, well, before, don't tell the whole story. Could you just chill?
Well, we're going to be reading it anyway.
Yeah, come on now.
Oh, it's suspenseful.
Not anymore. And it came to pass that this Absalom. Okay, so we know the last chapter I did, I think I might have done 2, where Absalom, after he was taken out of house arrest, he then decided that he was going to run for
campaign
king.
Mm-hmm.
And so he started turning the hearts of the people around so that they would support him in his preparation to pull a coup on his father's kingdom. So he gets it all established, get all his players in place, and then he pulls the coup. So, and he went and got Ahithophel from his home as one of David's wisest counselors, and he brought him in to his cabinet, and so he thought he had it all prepared. He was ready to head into Jerusalem. In chapter 16, David encounters Ziba, who was the chief servant for King Saul, and who was taking care of Mephibosheth and King Saul's property, which was given back to him. And so he comes and helps the king out, tells the king that Mephibosheth stayed at the castle. He's waiting to see if he's going to get back his father's kingdom, even though he's not pulling the coup. And then, of course, we had Shimei, who was cursing the king because he thought that the king wasn't coming back and he was losing his blessings and what have you, because he didn't like him. Obviously, he was another Benjamite. So now we're going to move forward and go into chapter 17 because the stage is set. And, Absalom has Ahithophel there, and David has sent his boy, Cushai there. So Cushai is there to counteract whatever Ahithophel says, because everybody knows that whatever Ahithophel says is sure to happen. It's like hearing the word of Yah. And so David prayed that the Most High would make the words of Ahithophel sound like foolishness, so that Cushai could come in there and he could give a different opinion, and that they would follow Cushai's opinion, who was looking out for the best interest of King David. So now we're going to get into that chapter. And that is, again, chapter 17. So, reader, please begin at the first verse. Torah Rabbah.
Moreover, Achitophel said unto Absalom, let me now choose out 12,000 men, and I will arise and pursue after David this night. And I will come upon him while he is weary and weakened, and I will make him afraid, and all the people that are with him shall flee, and I will smite the king only.
Okay, I want to go back and remind us also that in the last chapter, one of the acts that Absalom did, which was given in prophecy by Nathan the prophet, was that what David did in private in terms of taking another man's wife, someone from his house would do it in front of the eyes of all Israel. And so there were 10 concubine women that were in the house that David left there to keep the house, and Absalom went and laid with all 10 of those Nashim. Okay, so now Ahithophel has moved into the next stage, and he says, okay, now that you've done that and you've gotten the people to believe that there's no turning back, because you had a lot of people in the kingdom who are still suspenseful. They have to figure out who do I follow.
Who's who?
See, God, they have to figure out who to follow to make sure that they know that they're on the right side. Nobody wants to be on the loser side, so they have to figure out who to follow. And so he had to do something so they could say, oh, okay, he's in it for the full thing. He's in it for the whole nine. So we'll follow Absalom. Since he did that dirty deed, there's no turning back. He's not gonna, give up and not fight for this kingdom. So Ahithophel then tells him, now the next thing you need to do is you need to go after your father, because he's tired right now. He doesn't have time to think. He's been running, and he doesn't know when he's not going to get himself together. Y'all are really disturbing me. Sleek eye. He doesn't know when the people, David is going to be able to recuperate. So they're trying to catch him while he hasn't recuperated. And they can now attack him while he's still weary and he's not prepared for an attack.
And I will bring back all the people unto thee, when all shall have returned, save the man whom thou seekest. All the people will be in peace. And the saying pleased Absalom well, and all the elders of Israel.
Okay, so he even had the elders that were involved with this plot, and he was right. He said that if we could catch him now, all we have to do is kill David. We don't have to kill anybody else. The rest of the people will follow, and they will fall in line, because the thing is about kingdoms is the people know how to switch real quick. So even though they're following David and whatever, once David is dead, hey, they kiss the ring of the new king. They'll do that this following day. There is no transition. Okay, so this is what he was hoping. Ahithophel was advising him to do. Just go, let me catch him, kill him, and bring back the rest of the people. It's all over, game over. You're now the king. So now he gets this accolades from the elders. Everybody agrees. He likes what he says. And then he makes this big fatal mistake.
Then said Absalom, call now Hushai the Archite also, and let us hear likewise what he saith. And when Hushai was come to Absalom, Absalom spoke unto him, saying, Ahithophel hath spoken after this manner. Shall we do after his saying? If not, speak thou.
Okay, so Absalom tells Ahithophel exactly tells Hushai exactly what Ahithophel's plan was. And I'm sure Hushai said, wow, that's a really good plan. He said, that's a really good plan, but I have a better plan. Time sheet.
And Hushai said unto Absalom, the counsel that Ahithophel hath given this time is not good.
Wow.
Hushai said, moreover, thou knowest thy father and his men, that they are mighty men, and they are embittered in their minds as a bear robbed of her whelps in the field. And thy father is a man of war, and will not lodge with the people.
Okay, now, he's given him a whole different scenario of how David is going to fight this battle, and he's given him, what he's doing is he's giving David time. He's trying to tell him, now's not the time. He's really angry. He's got all these people around him, and he's going to fight real hard, which was not the truth. Dawid was too weak and weary. He hadn't got his army together. He didn't have a game plan together. And so what Hushai was doing was giving David a chance to recuperate, get his army together, get his plan together, get his battle tactics together. And he was buying time for Dawid, which was not a good thing. But it sounded real good to Absalom. It sounded real good. And so he's going to make that, again, that big mistake. Behold,
he is hid now in some pit or in some place, and it will come to pass, when they fall upon them at the first hand, whosoever heareth it shall say, there is a slaughter among the people that follow Absalom. Then even he that is valiant, whose heart is as the heart of a lion, will utterly melt. For all Israel knoweth that thy father is a mighty man, and they that are with him are valiant men.
Okay, so he says he's hid in this pit, and it will come to pass when they fall upon them at the first. So he's saying if they the best time to get him would be after, you know, you get all of these men together, so that so that everybody else, once they get to Dawid, the slaughter, once they get to the first group, everybody else is going to get faint-hearted, and even though they're valiant, they're going to get faint-hearted and what have you. So he's still trying to convince him that the best strategy is not to do it right now, because these guys are going to fight back, and then everybody else is going to get scared and they're going to get weak. That's the strategy he's saying that Ahithophel has, which will not work. Time sheet.
But I counsel that all Israel be gathered together unto thee, from Dan even to Beersheba.
So he's giving them, said, go out into Israel, get all of the people you can gather. Don't just go with the few men that you have. Get all the men from Israel, which is again going to give Dawid a chance to get all of his men together, because there's still a lot of people. Judah is all over the place. This is really going to set up a major battle. And he's saying, you know, go around, get more people, which is going to give Dawid a chance to get, again, his army together. Time sheet.
As the sand that is by the sea for multitude, and that thou go to battle in thine own person.
Now, he's not a warrior. He's sending him into battle so that he can die in the battle, right. And that's going to end his coup. Right. Okay? Now, you got to keep in mind, whenever you pull a coup, you got to win. If you lose the coup, you got to go. One way or the other, you can't stick around. You don't keep your vice presidency after the coup to get the presidency if you lose. If you lose the coup, you better blow the coup, fly the coup, whatever, because you can't stick around after you lose the coup. Time sheet.
So shall we come upon him in some place where he shall be found, and we will light upon him as the dew falleth on the ground. And of him and of all the men that are with him, we will not leave so much as one.
So his whole strategy is to wait until you get all of these men together in Israel, and then go after him, find him, and kill all of his men, which was totally opposite of the plan that Ahithophel said, because Ahithophel said, just kill him, and then the fight is over. Time sheet.
Moreover, if he withdraw himself into a city, then shall all Israel bring up ropes to that city, and we will draw it into the valley until there be not one small stone found there.
Okay, so that's a metaphor saying that if you go to the city, you're going to put a rope around the city, and drag the city until you find every person in this. Everybody dies if he goes into a city. They're just going to demolish the whole entire city. That's what they're saying. This is what he's saying that they would do. Time sheet.
And Absalom and all the men of Israel said, the counsel of Hushai the Archite is better than the counsel of Achitophel.
So they bought it. They bought hook, line, and sinker. They bought it.
This is why. For Yehovah had ordained to defeat the good counsel of Achitophel.
Exactly.
To the intent that Yehovah might bring evil upon Absalom.
That's when we talk about everything is not in Yah's hands. Yah leaves certain things for man to do to help accomplish his mission. Okay, so in this case, all of this is also that the Creator can get Absalom for what he did. Now, there's a lot of other people going to die too. There's no question about it. But those are the people that followed Absalom. Bad move. Okay, so now what does so then let's go to 15.
Then said Hushai unto Zadok and to Abiathar the Kohanim, thus and thus did Achitophel counsel Absalom and the elders of Israel, and thus have I counseled.
Okay, so what happens now? Remember that we didn't cover this in the that David had people in the city. He had the Kohanim there, he had Zadok, and he had Abiathar as the priest, and their sons were there as go-betweens, so that they could get the message. So the two men that are in with the so Hushai, who's in the king's castle, will transfer that information to the Kohanim that David sent to the city. They would in turn transfer that information to the runners. Now, there's some distance between the Kohanim and the runners, and you're going to see that they also paid, and this happens all the time. Have you ever watched these movies where there's always some young kid that's standing around watching, and he runs off and gives the information to somebody else? So this is what's going to happen here. There were other people that were getting paid in order to pass on information. So as we see, he goes and he tells them what the plan was, what they were intending to do. And he tells them what they were intending to do, what Ahithophel said and what he said, and go tell David both pieces of information. And you're going to find out as we read on that that Hushai gives David both scenarios and tells him, just in case they do Ahithophel's thing, even though he told me he was going to do my thing, he still needs to keep running. So he's not where they expect him to be. And that's, you're going to see David's going to have to get up and do some more running in order that he gets away from the other plan in the event that Ahithophel's plan is the one that they incorporate.
Now therefore send quickly and tell David, saying, lodge not this night in the plains of the wilderness, but in any wise pass over, lest the king be swallowed up, and all the people that are with him. Now
that's the first plan, just in case they implement the first plan.
Now Jonathan, Jonathan, and Ahimaaz stayed by Endrogel, and a maid servant used to go and tell them. And they went and told King David, for they might not be seen to come into the city.
Right. They could not transfer back and forth because they were watching. They were spies. They had spies all over the place. So they had to have a distance between them. So this sister kept them in hiding, but there had to be a way for them to get that information from the city of Jerusalem. So that's why they had to have other players in the game.
But a lad saw them,
right,
and told Absalom, and they went both of them away quickly, and came to the house of a maid in Bahurim, who had a well in his court, and they went down thither.
Okay, so even the place, their hideaway place, their hideout was busted by this young kid, and so they had to leave there and go further out in order to avoid, because they figured out that the lad saw them. Once they saw somebody saw them and they heading back to Jerusalem, they had to turn around and say, okay, we got to get out of here before they show up.
And the woman took and spread the covering over the well's mouth and strewed grouts thereon, and nothing was known.
Okay, so she now has them in hiding in another location. Time sheet.
And Absalom's servants came to the woman to the house, and they said, where are Ahimaaz and Jonathan? And
come looking for him. So they knew who the guys were. That was they already know that this is going to be a test for them.
Those are
time
the sons
sheet
of the priests.
Right.
Where are Ahimaaz and Jonathan?
They knew just who it was too.
And the woman said unto them, they are gone over the brook of water. And when they had sought and could not find them, they returned to Jerusalem.
Okay, so she had them hidden in the well, but she tells them, yeah, they went further. They kept going. They go looking for them, can't find them, and they go back to Jerusalem while she's still hiding them. So still, the word hasn't gotten back to Dawid of what's going on because they haven't gotten there yet. They haven't gotten the information and gotten out yet. And it came
to pass after they were departed that they came up out of the well and went and told King David. And they said unto David, Arise ye, and pass quickly over the water, for thus hath Achitophel counseled against you.
Exactly. Just in case they went by Ahithophel's counseling, he wanted him to move on because they didn't know which one. Actually, I don't care what he says in the midst of all of the counselors, he could go back into his chamber and say, okay, we're going to use this strategy. And if that doesn't work, then we'll use the other strategy.
Then David arose at all the people that were with him, and they passed over the Jordan by the morning light. There lacked not one of them that was not gone over the Jordan.
So now they got a little more time to strategize.
And when Achitophel saw that his counsel was not followed, he saddled his ass and arose and got him home unto his city and set his house in order and strangled himself.
Okay, now that's...
And he died and was buried in the sepulchre of his father.
Ahithophel knew if his advice wasn't taken, he was a goner. So he says, I'm not going to wait for Dawid to get back here. He says, I need to take care of some business at home, make sure that my family is well, and I want to die by my own hand because who knows how they're going to kill me. Okay, so he says, you know what? You don't take my advice, I'm going home. I know right now it's over because y'all giving Dawid a chance to recover, and there's no way that he can't whoop Absalom's army.
When David was come to Machanaim, Absalom passed over the Jordan, he and all the men of Israel with him. And Absalom had set Amasa over the host instead of Joab.
Okay, so now he gets this Johnny come lately to be his captain of the host because Joab went with Dawid. So now that he's got to have somebody has to be over the army. Now Amasa got issues. Amasa's family.
His first cousin.
Amasa is family. He's first cousin to Joab. Okay, and yet he's willing to take on the job because everybody likes power. Everybody likes rank, and he figures if they can beat Dawid, he's now that means if they beat Dawid, they're going to defeat Joab. They're going to defeat the whole army, all his mighty men. I don't know what made Absalom think he had the skills to do this, but so it is. So let's see how they all related here.
Now Amasa was the son of a man whose name was Itra, the Israelite.
Write that down.
That went into Abigail, the daughter of Nahash, sister of Zeruiah, Joab's mother.
So that's Joab's first cousin.
Yes.
Well, they said all of that to tell you that that's Joab's first cousin who's willing to take his job, and work for the enemy, to work for Absalom.
And Israel and Absalom pitched in the land of Gilead.
So now they're preparing, they're getting themselves together, and there's a lot of people in the nation who remember the valiant acts of Dawid, and the loyalty has not left because Absalom. And then they're looking at him, how this young dude gonna come and take his father's, and try to get rid of him? So there's a lot of people who are very upset about this. This is not just politics. This is downright, treachery. And so you got all of Israel who is now coming together to support Dawid, and he's got armies all over the land. I don't know who Absalom could have gotten unless he's paying people. He's got mercenaries or something that he's paying to follow him, except for those people who really thought that David was finished and they could just come in, wipe him out, and now they're gonna, like I said, they're gonna get into the cabinet, they're gonna get power, they're gonna get. Keep in mind, when these things happen, Joab's land is up for grabs. All of the people who David has helped and has given property to, that now they snatch that land and they can give it to other people. That's how dirty this stuff gets. Time sheet.
And it came to pass when David was come to Machanaim that Shobi, the son of Nachash of Rabbah,
more friends
of the children of Ammon, and Machir, the son of Ammiel of Lodebar, and Barzillai, the Gileadite of Rogelim, brought beds and basins and earthen vessels and wheat and barley and meal and parched corns and beans and lentils and parched pulse and honey and curd and sheep and cheese of kine for David and for the people that were with him to eat. For they said, the people is hungry and faint and thirsty in the wilderness.
They brought a whole truckload of whole foods to them. And keep in mind, I mentioned this last week, every brother ain't a brother and every foreigner is not an enemy, because all of these people are friends and alliances that David made in all of his runnings from Shaul and whatnot, and these people are very loyal to him, and all of these people coming together is no way that they could defeat that. And keep in mind, Absalom didn't know anybody like that. Absalom been from Jerusalem to Hebron, that's it. That's all he knew. He didn't know anything about armies. He didn't know anything about any of that stuff. We're going to do one more chapter, and we still may have some time for some questions. Okay.
And David numbered the people that were with him and set captains of thousands and captains of hundreds over them.
So now he's got thousands and thousands of fighters that are prepared for this battle. It's only gonna be one battle. It's not gonna be a war. Time sheet.
And David sent forth the people a third part under the hand of Joab, and a third part under the hand of Abishai, and the son of Zeruiah, Joab's brother, and the third part under the hand of Ittai the Gittite. And the king said unto the people, I will surely go forth with you myself also.
Okay, so now he's got three troops of three different battalions, I should say, of fighters that are going to, so they're going to strategize on how to defeat them. They're not going in one big drove. They're split up into different battalions so that they can attack from different angles. Absalom don't know about all of this stuff, and I don't think Amasa did either. Okay, so you got Joab, you got Abishai, and you got Ittai, the Gittite. That's all of these people, these men are going to go after. They're going to fight. Now, David wants to go because he wants to see how the matter's going to go, and he wants to protect Absalom. He wants to go so he can protect Absalom's body, his life, protect his life in the event when they get into this battle, he can find him and pull him to the side, okay? So David is still trying to protect his children, which they'll talk about in a future chapter, so I'm not gonna dwell on that. But we know what's going on here, time sheet. But the people
said, thou shalt not go forth, for if we flee away, they will not care for us. Neither if half of us die, will they care for us. But thou art worth 10,000 of us. Therefore now it is better that thou be ready to succor us out of the city.
Okay, so they're saying you stay back because your life is too valuable for us to lose you in this battle. And they could still, whoever of them die, David will still be alive if they win the battle to go to the city and take the city back over.
And the king said unto them, What seemeth you best I I will do.
And that tells you just how humble Dawid is at this time. That doesn't sound like words that would come out of his mouth. But because he's so humble and distraught about this whole situation, he really didn't need to go into battle. And he's willing to take advice from people that he usually gives orders to.
And the king stood by the gate side, and all the people went out by hundreds and by thousands.
So he watched everybody go.
And the king commanded Joab and Abishai and Ittai, saying, deal gently for my sake with the young man, even with Absalom. And all the people heard when the king gave all the captains charge concerning Absalom.
Okay, so he tells him, don't harm him, just pack him up, put him in a nice little chariot and bring him back to me. Okay, so he tells this to the men who have the authority to make sure that nothing happens to Absalom.
So the people went out into the field against Israel, and the battle was in the forest of Ephraim.
The battle is in array.
And the people of Israel were smitten there before the servants of David. And there was a great slaughter there that day of 20,000 men.
So 20,000 men of Absalom's army are destroyed.
For the battle was there spread over the face of all the country.
Wow.
And the forest devoured more people that day than the sword devoured.
Because the forest had pits, slime pits, and all kinds of different things that, you running into. It's a forest. So you have pits, you could have animals in there, you could have a whole bunch of different things that can, the terrain was enough to destroy a lot of people. And so that's what happened, and they lost a lot of people. And they said it was spread over the whole country, so you know that this was a big battle. It's like a civil war going on right now. This is a civil war, but it's only one battle.
And Absalom chanced to meet the servants of David, and Absalom was riding upon his mule.
He should have been on a horse or a camel.
And the mule went under the thick boughs of a great terebinth, and his head caught hold of the terebinth, and he was taken up between the heaven and the earth, and the mule that was under him went on.
This is very easy to visualize. So he's riding, his hair is flopping, and don't forget he had that big head of hair. His hair is flying, and he's riding on the mule, and he goes under a low branch, and his hair gets tangled up in that, and the mule keeps going. Once that happens, he can't go any further. So he's hanging up between the earth and the heaven, actually between the top of the tree and the ground, and he's hanging there dangling with his hair, and I guess he couldn't untangle it because he couldn't reach it. That's why when you go into battle, you got to wrap your locks up, brothers. Okay, so now he's hanging there, and he's waiting for help.
And a certain man saw it and told Joab and said, behold, I saw Absalom hanging in a terebinth. And Joab,
this is a joke.
And Joab said unto the man that told him, and behold, thou sawest it, and why didst thou not smite him there to the ground? I would have had to give thee 10 pieces of silver and a girdle.
Okay, so he says, why didn't you kill him while you had him there? Because what could have happened? One of Absalom's boys could have came and untangled him, and he would have gotten away. He says, why didn't you kill him? I would have given you a reward for that. That man said, listen, if I had killed him, y'all would have been, when Dawid asked who killed him, y'all would say he did, and y'all would have left me hanging. Like I left him hanging.
And the man said unto Joab, though I should receive 1,000 pieces of silver in my hand, yet would I not put forth my hand against the king's son. For in our hearing, the king charged thee and Abishai and Ittai, saying, beware that none touch the young man Absalom.
He said, I already know that I'm not supposed to touch him. What are you, crazy? Then you want me to go out there and kill him, and then y'all look and say that I did it? No way. So he knew that his life could have been in danger. Who wants to walk around with the title of, unless you a big shot, that you the killer of King David's son? Who wants to? Yeah, that's a nice little, thing you can have if the king died. But if the king is still alive and he's the victor, you don't want to have to go back and claim that reward for that. No way.
Otherwise, if I had dealt falsely against mine own life, and there is no matter hid from the king, then thou thyself would have stood aloof.
He said, you would have let me. Yeah, he said he would have found out that it was me, and you would have acted like I don't know nothing about it. I know what you told me, O king. He said, yeah, and then what, you would have paid him the 10 pieces out in the courtyard somewhere, while he's got to look at the king's face. And the king, who knows what the king would have done to him? What good would that reward have done him? He was smart. He didn't want to take credit for that. So Joab don't care.
Then said Joab, I may not tarry thus with thee.
I don't have time to be messing around with you. Let me go catch this guy.
And he took 3 darts in his hand and thrust them through the heart of Absalom.
While he was yet alive.
While he was yet alive in the midst of the terebinth, and 10 young men that bore Joab's armor compassed about and smote Absalom and threw him and slew him.
So he didn't even kill him. He just he wounded him, and then he told him, okay, y'all get the credit for the kill. Y'all going so 10 of them. They tortured him. I don't know. It don't take 10 men to kill a guy who's hanging from a tree. Okay, so they must have tortured him and stabbed him or did whatever until he was destroyed. He was dead. Time sheet.
And Joab blew the horn, and the people returned from the pursuit after Israel. For Joab,
the battle is over.
Held back the people.
In other words, don't kill each other anymore because your side is lost. So he wants to keep as many people alive as possible, so the battle is over. And what are these guys fighting for? They're not fighting. The Absalom's brothers, what are they fighting for?
Right.
It's over. The battle is over. If the supposed king is dead, then who are you fighting against? It's crazy. The battle is over, and the coup has been lost.
And they took Absalom and cast him into the great pit in the forest.
Wow, they didn't even bring his body home?
And raised over him a very great heap of stones. And all Israel fled every one to his tent.
Because nobody wanted to be around when the word came out. So all those brothers that got together to fight in this battle, nobody wants to run to Jerusalem to celebrate because somebody has to tell Dawid that Absalom is dead. So everybody went home. They didn't go to Jerusalem.
Now Absalom in his lifetime had taken and reared up for himself the pillar.
He was really smelling himself.
Which is in the king's dale. For he said, I have no son to keep my name in remembrance. And he called the pillar after his own name, and it is called Absalom's monument unto this day.
If you had stuck around, you might have had a kid, but you wanted to be king more than you wanted to be a parent.
Then said Akh Yirmeyahu, the son of Zadok.
That's the runner.
Let me now run and bear the king tidings, how that Jehovah hath avenged him of his enemies.
So he was a messenger that didn't care what the message was. He just wanted to be delivered. He wanted to be the fastest man. That was his claim to fame. So he wanted whatever come high water, I want to do what I do. Time sheet.
And Joab said unto him, thou shalt not be the bearer of tidings this day, but thou shalt bear tidings another day. But this day thou shalt not bear no tidings, for as much as the king's son is dead.
Why are you celebrating? Why you want to be the bearer of those bad news? So he's going to let the slow guy run.
Then said Joab to the Cushite, go tell the king what hast thou seen, what thou hast seen. And the Cushite bowed down unto Joab and ran.
He's glad. He's the foreigner. He's glad to go deliver the message. He doesn't care.
Then said Akh Yirmeyahu, the son of Zadok,
yet again
to Joab, but come what may, let me, I pray thee, also run after the Cushite. And Joab said, Wherefore wilt thou run, my son, seeing that thou wilt have no reward for the tidings?
Yeah, because usually if you go and you bring the king good tidings, he not only is he glad to hear what you have to say, you're going to get a tip.
Mhm.
You know, so you're going to get some kind of tip for bringing good tidings. He said, if you go telling him that his son is dead, you're not going to get a tip for that. You don't expect to win to get, to get, extra whatever they give you, a couple of shekels of gold or whatever. You're not going to get it from bringing this type of information to the king.
But come what may, he said, I will run. And he said unto him, run!
Go run.
Then Ahimaaz ran by the way of the plain and overran the Cushite. Now David sat between the two gates, and the watchman went up to the roof of the gate unto the wall and lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man running alone.
So they see this guy running.
And the watchman cried and told the king. And the king said, if he be alone, there is tiding in his mouth.
Right, he's bringing a message.
And he came apace and drew near. And the watchman saw another man running. And the watchman called unto the porter and said, behold, another man running alone. And the king said, he also bringeth tidings.
That's new information. He thinks that's second set of information.
And the watchman said, I think the running of the foremost is like the running of Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok.
He said, this guy's running fast. This must be Ahimaaz. And of course, the king is thinking, okay, well, he's there with me, with the priest, so he must be bringing some good news.
And the king said, he is a good man and cometh with good tidings. And Ahimaaz called and said unto the king, all is well. And he bowed down before the king with his face to the earth.
Okay, so what he does is he just wanted to get there first, but he's not delivering the information. He just said, well, I'm the fastest runner. I just wanted to get there first, O king, and all is well. Well, he know that's not true.
And said,
let the Cushite bring the back.
Blessed be Yahweh, thy power, who hath delivered up the men that lifted up their hand against my lord the king. And the king said, is it well with the young man Absalom? And Ahimaaz answered, when Joab sent the king's servant,
I didn't know what happened,
and me thy servant, I saw a great turmoil, but I knew not what it was.
He still wants to get a tip, I guess, because he doesn't want to deliver the bad news. He just wanted to get there first, Tom Sheed. So he's going to let the Cushite deliver the news.
And the king said, turn aside and stand here. And he turned aside and stood still. And behold, the Cushite came, and the Cushite said, tidings for my lord the king, for Yahweh hath avenged thee this day of all them that rose up against thee. And the king said unto the Cushite, is it well with the young man Absalom? And the Cushite answered, the enemies of my lord the king, and all that rise up against thee to do thee hurt, be as that young man is.
Okay, so that tells you he's dead, and so that wasn't good tidings for the king. I am, the guy, you want to deal with the questions? Okay, we're going to go back to the questions, family. I hope you enjoyed that history, and appreciate it. So let's try to grab some of those questions off there. You're going to read them? Just give you the mic, please. I don't know how far back to go. I see Eliav's. Okay. Were Bilhah and Zilpah Jacob's wives? Yes, they were called concubines, but they were wives. They were the mother, two of the mothers of the four wives of the children. Some of the children, 6 of the children that Jacob had. Between the two of them, they had 6 of the children.
And
between the two of them, they had the concubines had 4.
I'm sorry, 4, and then Raquel had 2, and then Leah had 6. Okay, but yeah, they were considered wives. They call them concubines because they were of a lesser status. I don't want to be the one to say that, but they didn't have full status because they were the servants of the wives. So that's why they were called, but they were considered wives as the mother of the children.
And I provided inline responses to these two as well, but Zia, who I don't think is online anymore, asked, can we remake quote-unquote gospel songs and replace certain words? Later on, she said, there are songs that make her, that express how she does feel about Yah, and among, that genre.
Well, I guess it could be done, but because, those songs are dedicated to a false deity, we don't want to swap out the names. They took hallelujah from us, and, but that's ours. So there's certain things that we can do, I think, but we have to be very careful about that. We don't really encourage it, even though some of the songs of the gospel may have originated with Israel. Who knows how that happened back in the day when we came into this land, but we don't normally do that, and I don't recommend it, but I guess in certain cases, certain songs we could swap out the name, but if it's dedicated to a false god, we don't really like to do that as a habit.
And she said, also asked, when a woman covered her face, does that mean she was a harlot?
She could have covered her face. If you saw in the case, she could have been, because she doesn't want to show her identity, and that's why she would cover her face. Going back to the situation with Tamar and Judah, because if he had seen her, obviously she couldn't have accomplished her mission, and so she had a reason to cover her face. Shalom Aleichem. She had a reason to cover her face in that case. But if you also remember, when Rebekah came to meet Isaac, she also covered her face with a veil when she met him. And she wasn't a harlot, she was a virgin wife. And so there's different reasons why they may cover their faces, but harlots would obviously cover their faces in something where they cannot be seen because in other words, after they finish their business, they want to be able to walk the streets like regular people. And so they would cover their face. And if you keep in mind, there was also another incident where sister covered her face, and I forgot what it was. When Lavan sent Leah into the Mitah, he covered her face so that Jacob wouldn't know who she was. And so there's different reasons that a woman would cover her face in the historical record.
And that's it.
Okay, that's it. There's a lot of conversation going on, y'all. All right.
Yeah, I answered.
All right, so we answered all the questions. So again, I thank you all for your time and attention. I thank the family online for your participation and for your presence and your support. May Yah bless you all, keep you safe, and prosper you into the week to come. And Yah bless all of you. Torah Rabbah. So we're going to have Misharaite Netanyahu come up to close out the day. Hallelujah. Musa Shabbat Shalom, family.
Okay, and Torah Rabbah, can we give Saul a round of applause once again? Definitely thankful for Sar Aharon, keeping us up to date with all of the many things happening locally, nationally, and abroad. There's too much news, things going on, so we definitely appreciate Sar bringing that to us, and as well as our ancient history as well. Very good that we are well informed so that we can see some of those patterns and know how we can better align ourselves. Before we get into our closing out segment, if we could sing a quick song, even above unity. Truly love this song because this is going to be the power that brings all of Yisrael together. Once we learn to unify and be humble with one another, we can truly come together, bring those two sticks to be one in the hands of the Creator. Unity found on page 83 in our prayer books. Fingers spread, a hand is weak. How to gain the the strength you seek. Close that hand and make a fist. Send that power to the wrist. Arm in arm, hand in hand. That's the only way to stand. Unity will make us free. Right up under Yah with unity. A chain that has a weekend link. May let the cargo slip and sink. Repair that chain and make it fast. A strengthened chain is made to last. Arm in arm, hand in hand. That's the only way to stand. Unity will make us free. Right up under Yah with unity. Togetherness will make us strong. Unity shall be our song. Our strength lies in a will to be. Right up under Yah with unity. Arm in arm, hand in hand. That's the only way to stand. Unity will make us free. Right up under Yah with unity. Hallelujah. This time as we move into our congregational evening prayers, even found on page 18 in our prayer books. Hallelujah. Sacrifices and meal offerings are not found in our hands. Father of mercy, yet thy law standeth firm. Accept the words of our lips and the murmurings of our hearts. Receive our prayers in mercy and in favor. Grant us joy and gladness. Comfort thy people. Yehovah answer thee in the day of trouble. The name of the power of Yisrael set thee up on high. Draw us not away, Yah, with the wicked, for our delight is in thy word. Let thy word heal us and cause us to prosper. Cause thy wisdom to blanket Yisrael. Let the visions of the righteous be our lot. Yea, even the dreams of thy redeemed, our good fortune. Draw us with cords of love and let our borders be true. Into thy hand I commit my spirit. All praises unto thee, O Yah. We have thought of thy loving kindness. We rejoice in the house of Yah. Come behold the works of Yah and rejoice in the same. For he has rescued his people Yisrael. He has called forth the dispersed of Yaaqov. He caused his righteousness to stand where calamity was. For such is our power forever and ever. He will be our God henceforth eternally. Sing his praises aloud. Hallelujah. Shema. Shema. Yisrael. Yahovah. Eloheinu. Yahovah. Eloheinu. Hallelujah. Creator and maker of heaven and earth, we are so thankful, Yah, thankful to be thy creation, that you would even think about us, even each and every individual that stands before you at this time, all of our family that is even listening on this call, even all of the souls of all mankind that are upon the earth. For Yah, it is you who even creates one thought, even just for us, so that we may even live within this existence that you have made. We are thankful, Yah, for all of thy many blessings, Yah. For truly, health is a great blessing. Truly, life is a great blessing. Truly, family and the ability to have peace within our lives is a great blessing. We are thankful, Yah, for all that you have done for us. And we ask, Yah, that you may even remember our family, Yah, that even need thee at these times. For you know that there are many that are within the prison houses, many that are within the hospitals, Yah, many that are mourning at this time, Yah. May you be with them all. Bavakusha, Yah, may you even remember even Imahevinya and even her state, and allow her, Yah, to be healed and to prosper. May you, Yah, even remember Saren Yaakov and his state, and may you allow him to be healthy and prosper, Yah. May you even, Yah, remember the family, even of Nathaniel, even of his Ima, Michelle Reagan, that even transitioned and her soul came back unto thee. May you allow even her family to be comforted, his family to be comforted, all of them, Yah, that are even connected unto even Kasia, even the Hebrew name that you called her by, Yah. We ask that you, Yah, may even remember even the children, Yah, those that you have just blessed with life and allowed to come into this great creation that you have made. May you allow them, Yah, to even grow with strength, Yah. Allow them to grow with the might of thy right hand, Yah, and allow them to be filled with thy Ruach, even a desire to do thy will and to do right by their brothers and sisters and even all of mankind. We ask, Yah, that you may even be with our elders, Yah, those that have even paved the way to allow us to get to this very moment, Yah. For it is them that you have used to even be great pillars, even to a great motivation, and even the strength, even the point of the spear, Yah, to even bring their generation even to where we are at this time. May you even, Yah, be with the men of all of the households of Yisrael. May you, Yah, even be with all of the women of the households of Yisrael. May you, Yah, even allow us to have true unity and peace amongst all people, from the adults to the children, from cousins, nieces, nephews, all of us, Yah. We all need to be even in our right state, Yah, and it is you that gives us the power to do so. Bavakusha, Yah, may you even remember us even in this week to come. May you allow us, even as we leave this place and as those people, your people, Yisrael, even leave the places of worship, even as the Shabbat comes to an end, that you may allow us to arrive back home safely, Yah. For there are so many times, Yah, where we might take even your provision for granted. May us, Yah, always remember thy great blessings and thy tender mercies that are upon our lives and even the whole house of Yisrael. May you, Yah, even use us, even as you have said through the mouth of thy prophets, Yah, to be a light unto the nations, so that we may bring the knowledge and understanding and wisdom of thee unto the world, Yah, so that the whole world may know of thy peace, so that the whole world may know of thy glory, so that the whole world may even accept thy might and thy law that you have revealed unto the children of man. Bavakushaya, we thank thee for life, and we shall love thee with all of our heart, all of our soul, and all of our might. And even as we join all of our voices together, Yah, even saying our prayers by daily use, to give prayer unto thee, and may you even, as you do, Yah, recognize every individual voice of those that call out unto thee, even in our ancient tongue. Baruch Yahoah Babokwer, Baruch Yahoah Bezahoraim, Baruch Yahoah Be'erev, Baruch Yahoah Balayla, Baruch Yahoah Yom Yom, Uvaruch Yahoah Tamid, Yahoah Eloheinu Bavakusha, Lishloach lanu lekol devarim ra'im she'asinu lefanecha yom yom. Rioti manu kol halayla hazeh. Lama'an shimka Yehovah, Elohei Avraham Yitzchak ve'Yisrael, Elohei Avotenu ve'Eli, Lishmoa bekolina im teretzayotka, Lama'an shimka Yehovah. Hallelujah! 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 Kaya! 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 Selah. O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahuwah Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Maku Tole Olam, Maku Tole Olam, Maku Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevod, Maku Tole Olam, Leolam Waed. O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Eloheinu, O Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Eloheinu, Yahuwah Hu Echad. O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Ma'aku Tole Olam, O Baruch Shem Kevod, Ma'aku Tole Olam, Leolam Waed. If we can all even face the Mizracha, even as I will be saying the priestly benediction, it is not I that have the power to bless, but it is Yah Yisrael, the creator and maker of heaven and earth, who blesses all of us. Yevarecha Yehovah wa Yishmarecha. Ya'er Yehovah panau elecha v'kunecha. Yisa Yehovah panau elecha wa yasim lecha shalom. May Yah bless thee and keep thee. May Yah cause his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. May Yah lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Hallelujah. Yaaqov. Selah. In the 150th Psalm. Hallelujah, Bequacho.
Hallelujah, Berguiauzo.
Hallelujah, Beborota.
Hallelujah, Weroglo.
Shofar.
Hallelujah, Benevel, Wequino.
Hallelujah, Betofu Mako.
Hallelujah, Erminim Wehoga.
Shama.
Hallelujah. Bezel Saleterua.
Kohan Shama.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yaaqov. 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 Kol Azman. Kol Azman. Kol Azman. Hallelujah.